Alrighty, here we go. Last minute palaver made me a couple minutes late. No big drama though. So hello, who's here? Luke, Lee, Megaleech, Chris, Celtic King, Dennis. Hello. How is everyone doing? There's also I thought I might have got organized enough to shoot 2 cocktail videos just before going live. Did get one done though. So starting with a cocktail. Yeah, boy. Morgie, hello. It's evening here. I'm assuming from that it might be morning where you are. So, hello. Luke, it could be better. Well, so long as it could be worse as well. I mean, it's a friggin' challenge, really. The world just getting up and facing it these days. That's an achievement, getting out of bed. Wrestling Days, Big Pat. How you going, buddy? Feel like I haven't seen you for a while. This is a Harry Craddock cocktail. The Leave It to Me Martini. It has sweet vermouth rather than dry vermouth, which is why it's so red. It's fruity and sweet because it's got sweet vermouth and apricot liqueur. So it's quite so it's actually be a good drink for someone who thinks they don't like gin. You could probably ease them into gin with this because it's mostly gin. It's got 1.5 ounces of gin in it. And I used a pretty bold gin in it, my new Archie Rose Bone Dry. And I'll be doing that again. I'm making 2 gin martinis today. Maybe I shouldn't. The other one, I was going to make one that I just randomly made for Mrs. Angry. Maybe I'll put a bit of thought into this. Maybe I shouldn't do 2 gin cocktails. What I got? Next week, there's going to be this one, my bottled daiquiri, my freezer daiquiri. So that's gin and that's rum. Maybe I should do something with bourbon. Celtic King, I like it fruity. Fruity and boozy. That is pretty good. It's a solid 7.5 to 8. Good drink. Maybe just a teeny bit sweet for my taste. But then again, sometimes I'll just make a super fucking sweet, like a dessert drink. The reason I was late, last minute palaver, Mrs. Angry asked me to make her a Woodson and Ford, our favorite cocktail currently. We both fucking love. That's like on my 1 to 10 scale. Woodson and Ford is a 9.5. It is just one of the best cocktails I've ever had. It's fucking great. Oh, nice. Big Pat turning 34 on Sunday. You're a big boy now. Happy early birthday. I'll be doing I hope maybe you might be having a nice cake or something on Sunday. But I will be doing in all probability. Things might change, but the plan is to do a stream on Sunday. So I might be able to wish you a happy birthday on your birthday. But if I miss, happy early birthday. All right, so I've got a little bit of time to think. What other cocktail I'm going to make? I got no problem with making 2 gin cocktails. But how to use high proof spirits in cocktails? Just fucking use them. What's your problem? 10 best vodkas for martinis. None of them. Fuck vodka the fuck out of martinis. Use gin. Apple brandy, actually. Okay. Just random apple brandy stuff. Morgie, you're in Ireland, very jealous of cocktail. Looks tasty. Currently at work, 11:06 a.m. Ever make a zombie? My friend, not only did I make a zombie, again, this is my original YouTube channel, which we just hang out and do chats on these days because I got sick of doing the shouty angry videos. But I have a cocktail channel called Angry Cocktails, and just recently I did a milk clarified zombie. I made a regular old zombie for Halloween last year because that's a very Halloweeny drink just from the name. But no, I did a milk clarified zombie recently, which is very good. Another one on my 1 to 10 scale for drinks. The zombie was a solid 9. Very good. Celtic King, sad, insecure people always want to take the piss for cocktail drinking. There's a bit where when I was still making the really political videos, and so I was regularly attracting the ire of right-wing fuckheads. There were some of them who were absolutely obsessing over the fact that I drank cocktails and not a manly drink. I'm not a real man because I'm drinking cocktails. And it's like, whatever, dipshit. I drink what I like. All right. So I got decided I'm going to make a whiskey drink, but yeah, Applejack drinks. What are these ones? Don't any of these sound good? An Applejack rabbit. Lemon, orange, maple. The brandy, old fashioned. Brandy Sangaree. That's a fun name. Isn't that a fun name? Hailing from the West Indies. Single serving punch, water, sugar, spice, no frills mixture, plus port wine. Yeah, I'm going to look at that. Calvados sidecar. What about that? A forbidden apple. Topped with champagne. Freaking hate it when they top it with champagne. Jack Rose. Princess Mary's Pride. That sounds fun. Oof. Drinks a spiritus mix, apple du Bonnet Rouge, Campari will do, and a dry vermouth. Oh, I'm going to look at that. A stone fence. Added to apple cider. Okay, no, I don't want that. I'm just talking up ideas. Celtic King, no, I haven't heard of any of the sad losers anymore. I have not been indulging that particular sphere of the internet. Big Pat, I am fine, thank you, man. Fine and dandy. So, okay, what's in a brandy Sangaree? Sugar, brandy, port wine. No. Princess Mary's Pride. Fun name. What's in it? Apple brandy, du Bonnet Rouge, dry vermouth. What does du Bonnet Rouge taste like? Combination fortified wine like port or sherry and herbal liqueur. Okay, I don't think I'll do that one either. I don't have du Bonnet. Brandy cocktails. I like brandy. Corpse Reviver. A Betsy Ross. Brandy, ruby port. I don't have port. When all these things are saying port. I don't have port. Side by sidecar. Pomegranate liqueur. A Bacchanalian. That's a fun name. Another wine one. Brandy Sangaree. Brandy Old Fashioned. Brandy Alexander. Cognac classics. I don't know. Greg, hello. We had a troll or two last night, which is always a bit of fun, quite honestly. Nobody, hello, sir. Pat, my cat's happy. Yes. How's everyone in your world, mate? And Raiders, hello. How are you doing? Celtic King, no idea if Aidsy will be here. Haven't heard from him today. But he's Aidsy, so anything could happen. Could just surprise us. I mean, you'll know if he's going to appear because my phone will ding if he texts me. I'll turn the ringer back on. I had it switched off when I was making a video. I am just looking at things. Cognac, a sidecar, French 75, a French connection. Cognac and amaretto. The French connection. Do that with cognac. Corpse Reviver, a Tom and Jerry, a Stinger, Cognac and White Crème de Menthe, Vieux Carré. Okay. I am thinking this one might have run out. Okay. Oh, wait a sec. There's cocktails to make for Pride Month. Seeing it's Wear It Purple Day. What Pride cocktails? Negroni, Aperol Spritz, Harvey Wallbanger. Oh, they're doing the rainbow colors. Green, Mojito, blue, the Adios Motherfucker, purple, a color-changing martini, or a color-affirming martini. Black Manhattan, which I like, a Boilermaker, Hawaiian, Cosmopolitan. Okay, I'm pretty done with this site. Yep, I'm gonna bow out of that. Billy Lois, hello, how you doing? Yes, nobody. We showed the trolls with them. It was a while till I worked out what angle those particular trolls were going with. They were just some right-wing fuckheads who go around talking shit, trying to discredit LGBTQIA people. So we fucked them off. They were spin on you 8 o'clock shit, getting up later. Okay. Man, I love those Luxardo cherries. I actually got them way sooner. Okay. Okay. Fuck yeah. Sorry, I just really like Luxardo cherries. Oh, that was the thing I was going to look at. Go away with the pop-ups, for God's sake. He ranked the most popular cocktails on the Difford site based on search. So it's like Pornstar Martini, which has been the most visited cocktail on the Difford's Guide for the 6th year. Apparently, in the UK, bartenders are just making Pornstar Martinis non-stop. Project Redfoot, hello, how you doing? Espresso Martini, French Martini, White Lady, Negroni, Long Island Iced Tea, Gin Basil Smash, a Spritz, a Dirty Banana, a Cantaritos, a Bramble, a Mai Tai, Top Tiki Drink, Margarita. There's a lot of Mexican, is it tequila drinks? Cantaritos, Margarita, Paloma, Screaming Orgasm, a Baby Guinness, a Mojito, Vieux Carré, Picante de la Casa, 20th most popular, new entry. What is in it? Oh, you put a really hot chili in tequila. You muddle a really hot chili in a margarita, basically. And that's picante de casa. Nothing really set me on fire there. Gin sour, penicillin, Tommy's margarita, a cheeky Vimto, pina colada, paper plane, corpse reviver, zombie, last word, black Manhattan, naked and famous, Manhattan, Mexican mule, aviation, Ramos gin fizz. Man, I'm never going to do that. They're so hard. It's a rum sour. Caribbean blended rum, orange juice, lime juice, and sugar syrup. Ooh, I've got some blood orange juice. I could make a rum sour. That's a potential one. So nobody... The way that... Yeah, the 12Z thing was weird. Yeah, it is very strange the way people behave. Chris, you have a lot of paperwork in your new job. Enjoyable, but you need a printer upgrade. I don't know. Oh, dear. No, but I think we've all done, well, not all of us, but I think a lot of us, I know I have done the thing where you try and disrupt chats and whatnot just to be a fucker. And any sensible person grows out of it. You just go, I was getting cheap thrills for a while, but it's really not a great way to be. So, kind of tempted to make a rum sour, actually. Whiskey sour, Hemingway special, a Scotch sour. Limoncello spritz. An Eastern Standard. What's an Eastern Standard? Okay. Mint. It's gin. Okay. I was deciding not to do a gin. A rum sour with blood orange juice, though. I think I'm going to do that. Even though the whole thing I steered away from gin was because I already made one gin cocktail. Yeah. Okay. Actually, okay. I'm going to go cocktails by ingredient. Then they have 20 best. Okay. 20 best bourbon cocktails. What do you say? Benton's Old Fashioned, Boulevardier, Brown Derby, Enrico Palazzo. That's the fictional character from the Naked Gun movie? Was the Italian opera singer who was meant to sing the anthem at the baseball game, and Frank Drebin beat him up to take his place. Bourbon, sweet vermouth, Aperol, Suze, and bitters. Haberdash, which I think I've made. A haystack, bourbon, Suze. Geez, man, they go a few with Suze. Highfalutin, bourbon and Swedish punch. Well, I don't have Swedish punch. Kentucky Buck with ginger beer. Midnight Stinger, bourbon, Fernet Branca, lemon juice and sugar syrup. Mint Julep, New York Sour, Old Fashioned, Paper Plane. Perfect Summit Manhattan. Bourbon, Dry Vermouth, Muscat Wine, Orange Curacao, and bitters. Let me see. What do they say? 75 mils of bourbon whiskey. It's a lot of whiskey. Dry vermouth, Muscat wine. Okay, see, here's the thing. I think a lot of people, bartenders, are full of shit. And after that brief aside, Helly and hello, Kirsten and Abigail. Who enjoys Klingod acid punk? Who doesn't? Oh, I like that, nobody. When you were trolling people, you spent a bit of effort and you had the opportunity to really hurt someone, but your human side said no. So that's nice. So yes. So yeah, a lot of times I will look at cocktail recipes and just go like, what the fuck? What are you thinking? So this particular recipe, okay, it's got a lot of whiskey in it, right? Which, okay, I'm a fan of. It's 2.5 ounces of whiskey. That's a lot of whiskey. I'm going to make this because this actually sounds fucking chaos. But okay, 2.5 ounces of whiskey, then 3/4 of an ounce of dry vermouth, 3/4 of an ounce of muscat wine, and then 1/6 of an ounce, 5 mils, a bar spoon of orange curacao. You up against all of that, like muscat wine is a really strong flavor, dry vermouth is a strong flavor, but 2.5 ounces of bourbon, you are not tasting a bar spoon of orange curacao in that. That's fucking ridiculous. That is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I should make 2 of them side by side, one with the 5 mils of orange curacao and one without. And I bet I can't tell the difference. That's just me talking myself into making two more cocktails. Oh, nice. Kirsten, husband brought you a gimlet. Delicious. Gimlet is a wonderful, simple gin drink. You like gin and lime cordial. You can use store-bought stuff. I found what's a good way to make a gimlet is with a lime oleosaccharum, which I actually have in the fridge. Now you've put the idea in my head, Kirsten. I might make one with my lime oleosaccharum. Celtic, I haven't had any mail recently, no. Abigail, you miffed? Went to Jcar to buy 10 P90C connectors for a ribbon cable. Then you had 2. You needed 2. Now I've lost one somewhere in the apartment. Okay, that's annoying. Yeah, Kirsten, I would use fresh lime juice too. I think definitely better than lime cordial, particularly store-bought lime cordial, is to use fresh lime juice and sugar syrup. Yeah, really simple drink. Gin and lime and sugar. Ugh, such a good drink. I'm thinking, yeah, this would be fun. I'll make this Perfect Summit Manhattan, and I'll make it twice. Once with the 5 mils of orange curacao and once without. And I bet I can't taste the difference. Oh, yes, Kirsten, a gimlet with oleo and bone dry. If I stay sober, I might make that later. I've already made this one I'm just finishing was a Harry Craddock drink called the Leave It To Me Martini, dry gin and sweet vermouth, and a couple other things. It was good. And I made it with a bone dry. It's good. Celtic VD said he was going to post me a letter. He might not be up to it. There you go. Oh, yes, there is finger lime and lime in the bone dry. Make a very good gimlet. All right, I'm putting this out of the way so I don't break it. Ooh, the ice melted a bit. Ice melted. Very watery version of the cocktail I just had. Oh, Rachel said hi. Thanks, Pat. Tell Rachel I said hi. Safa, yes, it is a waste to scull a cocktail. This is why I don't do shots, because the whole thing about shots is you just neck it. And that was 2 gulps. That was very lightly flavored water, basically. So, all right. What whiskey will I use? What are the flavors in this again? Got to decide what whiskey to use on this one. Oh, Safa, nice. You got a negative COVID test. That's pretty good. Yes. Nobody. VD needs to look at his life choices and move on. That is very true. Okay, so this perfect summer. So it's whiskey, dry vermouth, muscat wine, orange curacao. Tossing up. I haven't made anything with the Archie Rose single malt for a little while. Might do that. Yeah, that's a pretty sophisticated blend from the Archie Rose distillery. Safa, COVID is spreading all fucking through New South Wales. It is absolutely out of control and is only going to get worse. Abigail, the building next to yours is tier 2 exposure. But you did see boobies last night that weren't yours. Well, big fucking plus. Luke, WA, there were 2 truck drivers who'd come from New South Wales who tested positive. So, but that's making everyone in WA real fucking happy at the moment. They are joining the chorus of "Fuck you, Gladys. Fuck you, Gladys." All right. So, what do Archie Rose. I have not used Archie Rose in a cocktail for a little while. And a driver move. I only use my... Just for fun. This is a... Oh, no, actually, I probably should use something a bit more neutral than this. It's my absinthe vermouth, which is not really absinthe. It just has some of the same botanicals that absinthe has in it. Okay, I'll just use dry vermouth to be a bit fairer, because I think the absinthe vermouth may well drown out the orange curacao. Celtic King, you're hitting off. Okay, bye-bye. Nobody got a chainsaw for a whippersnipper. Paid for itself, earned some cash. Nice. Nobody wins. All right. Still a small amount of Archie Rose single malt on the website. Well, still probably 2/3 of this bottle I've got. You shout out for someone who wants to spoil themselves, though. Archie Rose single malt. I think it's like, as I say, single malts typically feature 1 or 2 malt mash bills. Single malt means it's all done in the one distillery. So single malt typically features 1 or 2 mash bills. This one has 6 malt mash bills. Produces an extremely low-yielding spirit, small sacrifice for rich and expressive flavour. Matured predominantly in Australian Apera or sherry casks, each toasted and charred to complement the richness of the spirit. Palate reveals notes of sticky date pudding, citrus fruit, and amaretto with final note of espresso. And I am pretty impressed with, I thought it was smoky, and Kirsten told me, yes, one of the mash builds was a smoky one, and I could taste it. Oh, and again, thank you, Kirsten, friend of the stream. If you want to, yeah, so tonight I'm recommending the Archie Bone Dry Gin and the Archie Single Malt. And if you use the code Archie10 off, 10% off. So, Safa, your dilemma is to buy tech or booze. Oof. I hardly ever buy tech. I had been thinking recently of getting a new camera because I want a better slow motion feature. Might just get a new iPhone. I think they do it really well because my iPhone is quite a few years old. Lorianda, sorry. Hello. I thought I saw you in the chat before and I meant to say hello. Wear It Purple Day is LGBTQIA. It's Pride Day. It's wearing purple is symbolic to show support. I can't think of anything more intelligent than that to say. Okay, perfect summer Manhattan. So, dry vermouth, orange curacao. Muscat wine. I've got a muscat wine blend a friend made for me. Thanks, Philip. I'll use that. And orange curacao. All right. So, and I'll get 2 glasses. Get 2 glasses from over here. These glasses are pretty sexy. I'll use them. Okay. Making a whole video. Is Simon Difford a wanker? Oh, yes, he is. See, Lorianda, trick question. Which way do our toilets flush? There's that story about the Coriolis effect, works different hemispheres. Our toilets work completely different to American toilets to do that thing where they swirl down. Ours just like cascade out like a waterfall, so they don't even actually swirl. So can't answer. No, but you can't help but wonder if I get sponsored by drink companies for the Cocktail Channel. But, well, man, that's the dream. That is the dream, to be well known enough that I get free booze. Kirsten, so this is the hardest whiskey to make, so complicated. So just know several tears have gone into this. Kirsten's tears are in this, just because of how difficult it was to make. Let's see, Abigail, one of the ladies in knitting crochet class, and you surprised the heck out of you how much they supported queer folk. Nice. A nice old Italian immigrant lady, but who was very pro. Yes, Luke, that Flubot bug for Android. I've been getting those texts, same as everyone, from infected phones, where you get that really badly misspelled, you missed a call, click here to hear the message. And then it's going to install malware on your phone if you do. Yeah. That's true, Kirsten. I did get a free bottle of gin from Steve. So I will at one point, probably the next gin I buy might be his other one, because he said that was quite good in a martini. And that's where most of my gin goes, in martinis. Loriander, it might have been the smoke that brought on Kirsten's tears. You're getting bombarded by calls from scammers. Yeah, those come and go in waves. Oh, nobody. That is a fucking excellent idea. Doing a collab and okay, I'm going to work on that. Something that would work with your voiceover. Okay. Mental note, which I will forget. I'm going to work on that. Okay. Because I've been thinking of trying different things on the channel. That would be good. Big Pat, are you asking what did I do today, my friend? I was at work, which meant working on documents. And in fact, my work, they do these things where they try and cheer everyone up. And so we had like a simulated disco with someone playing a bunch of music for an hour. Oh, Kirsten, not just your tears. Several people have cried. Oh, no. All right, so I'm going to make this. And then that's the only video I'm making the stream, so then I'll be paying attention to everyone. Actually, in fact, then I might even open up Angry Bunch because I'll have a couple of drinks, which always puts me in a good mood. Wait, what? Yes. Cherry, Luxardo Maraschino cherry as a la garnish. Alrighty. I'm also experimenting with this week. When I edit these videos, they're going to be out of sequence. So normally I just do linear. I go, here's an explanation of the cocktail. Now I'll make it. Now I'll taste it. What I'm going to do is the tasting is going to come first. And then obviously I've got to make it before I taste it. But I'm going to edit it so I taste it first in the video and then make it. Look, it makes sense, okay? It's a fucking genius master plan. And it's good. Oh, yeah. Nobody's voice is absolutely like Butters. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Abigail, look, we'll have to work on it. I think that's the got the what was that anime, Bebop Cowboy, which now everyone's excited because they're doing a live action version of it, which might even be good. We'll see. Perfect Summer at Manhattan. Do. Right, I'm just going to set things up. Is that, yep, that's still framed properly. Okay. All right, we're going to do this thing. All right. I was not mucking about when I said this was heavy on the bourbon. This is 2.5 ounces, 75 mils of bourbon, and I'm here for it. Let me tell you, the only challenge was which of my whiskey. So I'm not technically using a bourbon. I'm going to use an Australian whiskey, but the only challenge was which of my whiskeys, because I like them all, what I use. I settled on the Archie Rose single malt, which if you're really lucky in Australia, you could still get very limited run, a 6 mash bill malt, just amazingly complex flavors in this single malt. I love it, and it's going in this one because the whiskey is front and center. So that's what we do first, 2.5 ounces, 75 mils of whiskey. A Manhattan typically has sweet vermouth. This one has dry vermouth. And we're going to go with 3/4 of an ounce, about 22.5 mils of dry vermouth. Here's an interesting touch. This also has muscat wine, as opposed to a sweet vermouth. Muscat, I think, is on the sweeter end of red wines. And by sheer coincidence, a friend of mine, Philip, actually gave me this as a present, as a muscat blend he made himself from a few wines, and it's quite good. It's the same amount as the dry vermouth. We're going to go 3/4 of an ounce, or around 22.5 mils of muscat wine. Here's where we find out if the person who put this recipe together is a wanker or they knew what they were doing, because it says 5 mils of orange curacao. That's like a bar spoon of orange curacao. With all those other bold flavors, I am firmly of the opinion won't be able to taste the orange curacao But I'm going to do the side-by-side test and we shall see. So let's go now. It's virtually just a splash. 5 mils around a bar spoon of orange curacao. The final little touch, 1 dash of bitters. I'm using good old Angostura. If there's bitters you particularly like, go for that. Whatever you go with, 1 dash of bitters. This is a stirred cocktail, so we add ice to our stirring glass and we want to chill that down. There is a lot of bourbon in, well, it's not bourbon in my case, a lot of whiskey. A little bit of dilution wouldn't go astray, but we want it nice and chilled. So stir it for about 15 seconds. Ooh. Wow, that's brought out the smoke. That's incredible. That tasted so smoky. Then we want to strain that into a chill glass. I'm using this classy little coupe. You need a reasonably high volume glass because that's a reasonably high volume drink. All right, now I'm going to do it all again, but without orange curacao. I'm sorry, I'm just going over here. Won't be far away. All right. Gotta quickly make this a second time. Very intrigued. Just that little taste off the stirring finger was very smoky. It's like it's really brought out the smoke notes, which is friggin' awesome, honestly. So 3/4 of an ounce of vermouth. Three-quarters of an ounce of muscat, and then I've nearly used up Phil's muscat. Muscat Wolf. Dash of bitters. Oh, and I just noticed the recipe actually said 2 dashes. Shake, 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 shake. Stir, 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 stir. Yeah. Yeah. This is a fuck ton of whiskey I'm going to end up drinking. Oh, well. You'll better be ready for whatever happens in the next couple of hours, because I'm drinking a lot of whiskey. And I want 2 cherries, 1 for each. I'm just coming up with any excuse to eat these cherries, really, because they're so fucking good. I'm going to take a picture of one of these. right, that's for the thumbnail. Right. What I better remember, that is the orange curacao one. Oh, I need to get another skewer. I think I've got another skewer somewhere. Where the fuck did I put it? Honestly. Oh, like a cop, you can never find one when you want one. Oh, yep, I was right. A whole bag of them over here. I bought from the Bitters Lab. All right, one more. This is a rather whiskey-heavy drink called the Perfect Summit Manhattan. Now, I am doing a little experiment here. I have two of them. They are slightly different because the recipe I saw on the Difford site said to add 5 mils of orange curacao. My personal thought is that's some wanky bullshit right there, because this has 45 mils of whiskey in it. And several other things. You're not going to be able to taste 5 mils of orange curacao in here. That's what I'm going with. So I've got them side by side. I was very careful not to mix them up. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to taste and see. This is the one with the orange curacao. Whiskey. This one without. Oh, I think I should show you how I made these. As we race off back through the time tunnel to show the making of, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, it'd be great if you did. Hit the little notification bell so you know when I upload. Give me the old thumbs up so the algorithm thinks people love me. And let me know, before you even see, if you think 5 mils of orange curacao is going to make a difference. Here we go to make it. Jumping forward, got our beautiful maraschino cherry garnishes. Okay, one more taste. Okay, I'm considering it very seriously. There's no goddamn difference. You knew there wasn't going to be a difference. How could there possibly be a difference with 45 mils of whiskey, 30 mils of aromatized wines? I mean, how could you possibly taste 5 mils, a bar spoon of orange curacao? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Jesus, sometimes bartenders, their head goes right up their butt, honestly. Mind you, whiskey. I have so much whiskey to drink now. I should go. This could get out of hand very easily. I'll be sitting down for the rest of the evening so I don't fall down. Wherever you are, I hope you're taking care. Take care of yourself. Take care of people around you. Until I see you again, back on my double fisting bullshit. Cheers. Yeah, double fisting for the win. All right, I'll just switch some things up and I'll be back. Switch things off, I should say. Might even switch off these lights. They're a bit goddamn bright, honestly. All right. It's a bit more like mood lighting now. I don't have to make any more videos, so we can just hang out. Hope nothing dramatic happened in that 10 minutes I was away. Oh, it looks like you're been having fun. I won't even try and catch up with the chat. So, yeah. All right. So, Simon Difford's a wanker. He is. He puts really wanky measurements on his website. And I just looked at this thing. Seriously, this drink has 1.5 ounces of bourbon and an ounce of wine products. And then he says, and 5 mils of orange curacao. So it's literally more than 100 mils of other quite flavorful products, and then 5 mils of orange curacao. That's fucking ridiculous. Yes, Kirsten, I was sharing with some of the other YouTube cocktail channels on our Discord chat that your colleagues met Difford. I said, your colleagues met Difford, and he's exactly like you'd expect, a fucking wanker. But I shouldn't be too harsh because there's good recipes on his site. Safa, should drinking be banned in Parliament? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as you say, when Barnaby Joyce was shit-faced in Question Time, that's just a fucking insult to the Australian people. Kirsten, so I'm drinking a shit ton of the Archie Rose single malt here. 5 ounces of it. Man, just with those ones like the dry vermouth and the muscat, the smoke notes in the malt are really noticeable. It's like it's brought them forward. I thought these other flavors, particularly the muscat wine, I thought might overpower the more subtle things in the single malt, but it's as if it's actually brought the smoke forward. It's great. Lorianne, do you speak 2.5 languages? English, Danish, German, half language, Swedish, Norwegian. Don't consider another language. It's too close to Danish. As is typical for mainland Europeans, Loriander, you just speak multiple languages. And as is typical for people from colonized white countries, only speak one, English, in case you couldn't guess. Nobody. That's a good thing. Drinking should be required in the Parliament, provided we get to choose the drink based on the politician. We could fuck them up. Yeah, just like make a really beefy drink. Go on, drink this, then go out in Question Time. No, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. Just drink it. Just drink. It's not poison. It's not poison. Maybe not. I assume we're not allowed to poison them. Just give someone we want to embarrass a really high octane drink. Give them a zombie. So drink that and then go out in Question Time, okay? Don't go when people make their maiden speech. Here, drink this, then go make your maiden speech. I mean, oh, fuck me. I probably prefer just a straight Manhattan to this. This is an interesting mix. Fuck me, using a quality whiskey makes such a good drink. Sometimes I feel guilty, like I'm using these really quality limited run whiskeys and gins and rums in cocktails, and sometimes I feel guilty. Some purists would say I should just drink it neat. It's like, but using top quality ingredients in a cocktail makes so much difference. Yeah, Renegade Faith. Hello. If we were allowed to dose the politicians with strong alcohol, more of them would be shitting their pants at Macca's. And Gemma on Twitch. Hello. Oh, you taste like, again, this is so good. I'm surprised how much this is showing off the whiskey, actually. Oh, it's very good. Like I said, I was worried it would just overpower the whiskey and I'd lose the subtlety of it. But I feel like it's really showing off the whiskey, actually. So, for a good question, close. Okay, I'm not gonna. It's obviously not going to be Engadine Macca's. What's Eastern Standard? Okay, I'm just going to put that in Google. Closest McDonald's to Parliament Canberra. Find your nearest Macca's. All right. I'm going to put Parliament House postcode. No. Canberra. And that's said 2000. That's Sydney. Oh, Canberra postal address. That's what I want. 2600. Okay. So Macca's store finder. Find my nearest Macca's. I think it weirds out Americans that McDonald's officially refers to themselves as Macca's in Australia. 0 for 2600. But what's the closest, you dipshits? Jesus Christ. Supposed to tell me the nearest one. Okay, I'm just going to look at maps. $2,600. Harmon, ACT. Oh yeah, there's Yarralumla. Parliament House. Directions. McDonald's. There's a bunch of them. Okay. Where's that? Oh no, that's Belconnen. So, oh no, that's a long way away. Surely there's a closer one. Just want to know where I'm going to make Canberra politicians shit themselves if I get them too drunk. It's a KFC in Fyshwick. Is there a McDonald's in Fyshwick? That's close. Yeah, there's a McDonald's in Fyshwick. Anyway, there are McDonald's near it, is what I'm saying. Renegade Faith, someone did. I mean, obviously the McDonald's probably took it down, but someone did. They made a little plaque about, on this date, Scotty shit his pants in the toilet here. And the McDonald's probably took it down, but someone made a plaque and took a photo, which is good. Sorry, I was just scrolling back to see what I missed. Honestly, guessing your mum speak Afrikaans and Zulu. Neat. Raid is Yuka and Monica. There'd be a McDonald's. Anyway, there are McDonald's all about. There are McDonald's all around. It's a Coles in Monica. Don't know if there's a McDonald's there. It's not showing up on the map. But anyway, yes, there are McDonald's. They'll shit themselves in one of them. Right, so I'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. God, I might make that Rumshow later. No, I think I'll make the gimlet we were talking about. So Stella, thanks for the YouTube channel name last night. Went and reported a whole bunch of his videos. Yes. Loranda, you've had vegans trying to block Pipco and McDonald's. I was getting into a fight with some vegans on a Facebook group because I made a milk clarified cocktail and I used plant milk to make it vegan friendly. And they're like, not vegan, it's got honey. And I went, if you obsess over honey, you're a moron. And then they started getting upset. And I was just like, no, fuck you. Vegans who don't, again, veganism generally, I'm in favor of. But when you find out that spoiled Western holier-than-thou vegans who do things like turn quinoa into a really trendy thing, and quinoa had been the staple diet of Indigenous people in a number of countries, and then because rich Westerners want to buy it all, you destroy the lives and the ecosystem of people who'd been relying on quinoa for generations. Same as some of them will go, oh, I get agave syrup because it doesn't involve bees. and they buy up all the agave syrup, so the people in predominantly Mexico who'd always relied on it can't get it because they're priced out of the market. It's just fuck you if you care more about, and again, I don't mean about bees existing. Obviously, bees need to exist, really. But I mean, they're saying they need honey because it exploits the bees. If you're worried about the exploitation of bees, but you don't care that your fucking indulgent lifestyle is ravaging the lives of human people, fuck you, essentially. Yes. Abigail, I think you're going insane. Could have sworn you bought 2 of them, but you only have 1. Oh, that's going to get to you. That's going to get to you. Yeah. Did you buy 2? It's all I had. Yeah, no, that sort of stuff. That's going to get to you, definitely. Yeah. So we need bees. I care about bees, but I do not care about people who go, I won't eat honey because that exploits the bees. And they don't give a flying fuck how much their lifestyle exploits humans and destroys the environment. Fuck that noise, especially when they get really sanctimonious about it. Again, I don't actually agree with the stereotype that all vegans are sort of wankers who push. I know a bunch of vegans who don't do that. Some of them do though, and they suck. Oh, man alive! Right, just don't tell vegans bees' average lifespan is 28 days. They're free. Yeah. No, but also the honey I used in the honey syrup was bought directly from someone who keeps the bees themselves, and so they care for the bees and whatnot. And the whole idea that you're stealing the bees' food is fucking ridiculous. The whole thing, a beekeeper wants to keep the bees not just alive but happy and healthy. I mean, yes, maybe industrial scale uh, honey production might be a bit callous towards bees because they're doing it on an industrial scale. But this stuff I got was like directly from beekeeper who's, raising the bees, and they're not cruel to the bees because they need the bees. Oh, Jameez, I'm talking mostly. Sorry, I probably should have explained. Most of the people watch on YouTube, and I rebroadcast to Twitch and Facebook as well. So some people come in on Twitch and some people come on Facebook, but most people are on YouTube. And I don't yet have a setup where I can like just put all the comments on. I see all the comments, but no one else does. At some point when we're not locked down, Abigail might teach me how to do a setup where I can have that using something like OBS. I should pace myself with these drinks, actually. Like, that's a lot of whiskey. Fucking 5 ounces of whiskey. Not that I am slowly working my way through it. I think I'm going to want to re-chill that one when I drink the first one too. And yes, nobody, in summary, unhappy bees will leave or die. So a beekeeper keeps them healthy and happy. It's common sense. Yeah, again, it's one of the times where some vegans get into a territory where all I want to say is just shut the fuck up, honestly. Yeah, Loriander, care for the flowers and the various flowering plants. So bees and other pollinators can do it. Renegade Faith, you use OBS and Streamlab. See, I tried. I'm old and don't like change. I tried to work out OBS a while back, and nah. See, StreamYard is so friggin' easy. You just click it. But I know you can make OBS work with StreamYard at some point. I get up because it would be good if the whole chat came up there so everyone could see the chat from the different platforms. That would be good. Sorry, Renegade Faith. Maybe same deal, I'd love to have you over when we're allowed to have people over. However many fucking weeks away that's going to be, because the cases are shit at the moment. I don't think we're getting out of lockdown this Thursday. Basically, we might. I don't know. We might get some restrictions softened, but when there's still going to be a shit ton of mystery cases Thursday, and we don't want to release things. Yeah, no, Renegade Faith. I've had people over here for streams before. You should come over for a stream one time when we're allowed to. Okay, Safi, you've raised something that I want to have a little bit of a rant over, which I did on Twitter today. All those pronouncements from fucking the New South Wales government on, oh, we're going to let people have picnics in 2 weeks. We're going to have school back in 2 months. It's like they're making that shit up. They're projecting all this into the future so they can say good news at their press conferences. In 2 months, they're going to be at 4,000 fucking cases a day because they're a pack of fuckheads. Randy, you're having discos opening. Nice. Abigail, given up looking for the technology and it's become whiskey o'clock. I support this. Yeah, no, nobody. Lockdown absolutely sucks. I don't understand lockdown. You're having more jelly, are you? Look, I'll help you out. For Purple Day, young Mr. Angry Mate. That's very dark. It's purple. Trust me, it's purple. Very dark purple alcoholic jelly. I think that bowl has 8 to 10 standard drinks in it. So it's like a big spoonful of it is like a shot of alcohol. So he's pacing himself. He's not just eating the whole bowl of jelly. Same as me, having made these 2 strong cocktails, I'm pacing myself.
I'm making good pace.
Good pace. So you're having about 3 drinks at a time. So we're big supporters of we're at Purple Day here. I've got a purple tie on. Young Mr. Angry is making purple jelly. Abigail, New South Wales government in election mode wants to make friends with the lowest common denominator. Oh yeah, they're outright lying, but it's going to catch up with them. It's going down the fucking toilet. I like that, Raiders. Someone referred to Gladys as Osama bin Chicken, which again, for people who don't know, you get these birds all around Sydney that we lovingly call bin chickens. Stella, Whiskey O'Clock reminds you ordered the Archie Rose truffle cocktail mix for shits and giggles. If you like coffee, I bet it's good. I don't like coffee, which is the only reason I haven't ordered Blasphemy, which is their coffee whiskey, and the truffle cocktail, which is like an old fashioned made with the Blasphemy whiskey. The only reason I haven't ordered those is I do not only don't like, I hate coffee. I don't like coffee as a flavor. Like I don't even eat coffee chocolate. I have, but just as a rule, I don't like it as a flavor. So, but man, if you like coffee, I bet both the whiskey and the premix cocktail are fucking great. In fact, I entered a competition because I'm on the Archie Rose mailing list because I buy stuff from them. They were, competition, coffee, and you can win this and that. And that. And I entered because it's like, fuck it, man. If you're going to give me stuff, I'm going to take it. If it turns out I don't like it, I'll just give it to my friends. So yeah. But yeah, it was all like, the fucking Blasphemy whiskey and bags of coffee and whatnot, and some swag. So yeah, on the off chance I win, any coffee-loving friends of mine are going to be in luck. Nobody, you think you're strange. You like bin chickens. I like the bin chickens. I was living in Sydney when they first appeared because the wetlands where they're a sort of ibis, a water bird, and the wetlands where they were living outside of Sydney got fucked up, and they ended up becoming urban birds. They just suddenly in the early 90s they were fucking everywhere. I remember them being in the park. What's the? It's not. Is the big park in Sydney Hyde Park? I know there's Hyde Park in London, and I kind of feel like it's Hyde Park in Sydney too. But anyway, yeah, it was in the early 90s they suddenly appeared because their fucking wetlands got ruined. I love the new name, Dairy Steals Babies. Nice. Okay, I was Friendly Jordans compared Gladys to bin chickens. Why not? I think that's cruel to bin chickens, honestly. Bin chickens don't lie. Bin chickens don't gaslight you. Oh, Stella, see, I don't drink coffee at all, and a big part of the prize is coffee. But if on the slim chance I win, some coffee-loving friend of mine will be as a year's supply of coffee. I'll be real happy. I think Aidsy drinks coffee. I'll probably give the coffee to Aidsy. And then I'll have some of the Blasphemy whiskey, coffee whiskey to try. And if I don't like it, will also be gifts. So, but I just thought, it's there, just got to give him my name, enter the competition. You never know. You never know. Maraschino cherry. Man, I love those maraschino cherries, honestly. Nobody. Friendly Jordans recent video demonstrates provided evidence. New South Wales government's corrupt as fuck. It's outrageous. Stella, it's arguable whether or not AZ needs a year of stimulants, but he'd like a year of stimulants, definitely. I agree with you, Dairy Steals Babies. Bin chickens don't deserve to be compared to Gladys. And yes, nobody. Bin chickens, definitely smarter. Like I said, bin chickens don't lie to us. Bin chickens don't gaslight us. So if you think AZ had 2 alcoholic coffee when you saw him. Yes, that's right. He probably did sleep well that night. If he ever gets over here again, I've got alcoholic coffee drinks that I don't want that will go to him, which I think he'd really like. It is true, Stella. Want and need are 2 different things. And like all of us, AZ possibly confuses the 2. You know what? I should drink some water. I'm going to drink some water, and then I'm going to re-chill this and start. I finished one of them, and I'll do the second one. That is a fun analogy, Safa. Gladys is an Armenian rock because rocks lie in the Middle East. Safa sometimes needs outdo wants. Sometimes wants get so strong, we feel like they're needs. Like, I can't even be bothered to get another glass to have a drink of water because there was ice in my mixing glass. I'm just adding water to it, and I'm just going to drink out of that because I'm a fucking animal. Yes, Dairy Steals Babies. I think bin chickens are more graceful than Gladys. The thing is, I think Gladys knows how badly she's fucked up and how she won't ultimately be able to evade responsibility, but she's just trying to hold off the storm. Newbie Bop, hello, how are you? Thank you for joining us. If you're unfamiliar, Friday night is our party night. And by our party night, I mean my party night. I do like icy cold water, actually. Probably not as much as I like whiskey cocktails, but it's water has its place. Well, there's a way. Suffer down to your last beer. Oh no. Oh yeah, Safa. I mean, if you've already had enough beers to be drunk, just be happy with that. I think. Renegade Faith. Speaking of parties, we should do Angry Bunch. I don't know if anyone's up for it. No one's mentioned it. I'm mentioning it. Angry Bunch. For anyone who's in the mood. There we go. There's the link. Anyone who's in. I might even, just in case Grasshopper appears later and he can't. We have this whole fucking YouTube problem, but he can see me on Facebook. I'm going to put the link on Facebook as well. Ooh, what's happening on Facebook? Safa sent me a photo. What did you send me a photo of, Safa? Oh, your negative test result. Grasshopper appears late. Oh, what the fuck? That was weird. That was very weird. What are we doing? I just need to check one thing. Nope. Okay, that's good. We're done. Nobody's going to restart the PC before joining. That's cool. Dr. Abigail. Oh, still
Hello.
aggravated about not finding that.
I'm so miffed. I've done some work on my 3D printer, and
Yeah.
I've moved a few of the components, and I had to buy this longer ribbon cable for the display and controls. And I've got one connector that I've put on, but not the other, because I can't find the thing, and it's frustrating because now I can't
Nice.
3D print stuff.
Nice.
So-
And Sarah's joining us as well. Hello, Sarah.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
And
I'm
in the
very
chat,
honoured to join. Thank you.
I'm very happy. MPGS is
Hi.
Luciani and Maria in Italy, apparently Italy and Colombia, invited by Annette.
Nice.
Nice.
Hello.
And you have a mushroom top, Abigail.
I do have a mushroom. It's an entire mushroom dress, actually, but it's got
I've got to
buttons.
turn off my other thing. I've got to turn off my
All
other
right.
thing.
buttons up. Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's got buttons up here, so it kind of looks like a top from there, but it's actually a whole
Yeah.
dress. It's
Nice.
a great dress.
And Nettie's joining us too. Hi, Nettie.
Hi, Nettie.
Hello.
So you're,
what am I doing wrong? Why's the echo?
Do you have
I don't know.
the original
I'm not hearing an echo.
window open?
What do I need to do to?
Close
Yeah,
the YouTube. Close the YouTube window and just have the StreamYard window open.
Oh, no,
she
she
closed the
closed
wrong
the-
thing.
She closed the wrong thing.
Nobody's doing. We'll
Hello.
so
Hi, nobody.
Nettie,
Seven
Luciano,
patients.
and Maria from Docklands have joined us.
Oh, cool. They're fun. I've just been on a live stream with them on Facebook.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah. I invited them over.
Oh, nice. Thank you for
Yes.
Thank you for inviting them, Nettie, and thank you for actually joining us.
They're very cute, and they speak in Spanish and Italian a lot to each other. I'm not sure if they
Cool.
understand each other, but
That's cool.
Maria has a fabulous skirt. So she gave me skirt envy, and I got my skirt out. So
Nice.
there we are.
Welcome back, Sarah.
So, Sarah, take two.
Hi, Sarah.
Real good. Now I'm not sure if you can hear us. Can you hear us?
Yes. You hear me?
All right, we're good.
Excellent.
Good.
Hey.
You're
Sorry
good?
about all that. I'm terrible.
Hey.
Good.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
How are you doing, Sarah?
I'm pretty
Hey.
good. My mum's got Alzheimer's. My dad's a mess. But anyway, And that's
Oh,
it.
Well, that
Oh.
sucks.
Okay. Hopefully, hanging out with us will give you a little bit of breathing space.
That's
This is what
right.
these streams are all about. Hey, let's just like de-stress and hang and just fucking
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for having me. I'm very happy to be here. Hi, everyone.
Oh, good. Excellent.
Good.
So
Good.
where are you located, Sarah, just out of interest?
I'm in Reservoir.
Oh, nice. Reza.
Reza,
Yep. So I've got the stunning
just down the
vista
road from me.
of Thomastown power lines. Oh, who just said that?
I did.
Abigail.
I'm in Fitzroy.
Lovely.
So Reza's just like
Fitzroy's
a
not
turn lane away.
really down the road from Reza.
Well, I would say I'm a little
compared
bit.
to compared to
We do say it's only
Caulfield
5Ks, but come
and
on.
Yeah.
New South Wales and Queensland and
Yeah.
yeah.
So the various people. Lee's in Adelaide. Nobody's in Queensland. I'm in Caulfield. Nettie just moved from Reza, didn't you? That was where you were
Yes.
before. Yeah.
So Sarah and I met at kids' birthday parties over the years.
Okay.
And then
Yeah,
we
yeah.
realised that we hated the same people in the neighbourhood. And so we did.
That's
We
such a
bonded
good thing to
together.
bond over.
We bonded over that.
That is
Yeah.
brilliant.
In particular, a
So-
certain
so-
head mistress of a primary school.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is super glue. This is super
Yeah.
glue, and the lid is stuck. And
Oh,
this
I
is
hate it.
gonna just not end badly at all.
But I
Okay.
super
Abigail,
glue is
I have a
such
tip for you with
bullshit.
regard to
Like,
super glue.
Ooh,
Super
Oh,
glue is
it's
bullshit.
actually-
It's like a
Store your super glue
single-use
in the
thing.
fridge.
You
What?
use it once and then put the
Yep.
lid on, and then the lid's
Store your
super
super
glued
glue
to the
in the
thing.
fridge.
It's like
that's where I put my solder flux. So why not?
Yep.
And my
That's it.
mushroom,
Store
my
your super glue
mushroom
in the fridge.
mycelium samples are in the fridge too.
They just said she
Occasionally I
used to
put
live in Reza.
food in the fridge there as well, but at the moment it's mostly mushroom, mycelium and solder flux.
I'm just chilling my drink. I'm sorry if that's too loud.
It's
Occasionally
ASMR,
I
darling.
put some milk in the
Very loud,
fridge.
so.
And also our friends MPGS, Luciano and Maria. I'm just going to post a link. You don't have to join, but if you are interested in joining and saying hello, that link I just posted, if you click on that, you can just join us and chat. But you don't have to. You could stay in the text chat. No pressure. No pressure.
As I always say, it's an invitation,
Join
not
us.
an obligation.
Oh, good night, Kirsten. Kirsten. Sorry. Good night, Kirsten.
Is Kirsten going
Oh,
bye
good
bye?
night, Kirsten.
Oh,
Good
good night.
Kirsten.
Safa's trying to join us. Let's see if it works. Safa, how are you going?
Hi, Safa.
Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thanks.
sorry about last time. Apparently my microphone had a +10 boost on it, so that's why my microphone was off last time I was on.
It's all good. All good, man.
Hi, Toby.
Hi,
On
Toby.
Facebook.
Hi, Toby of the unreliable
Okay.
connection. Poor thing.
Yeah.
I fixed my goose.
Oh, nice.
You have a goose. Lovely.
Oh, that's
Well,
okay.
it's a goose salt shaker, but
All right.
Very nice.
Will's kitten knocked it over, and he
Ah.
keeps knocking over all my little duck figurines, and I'm down to like maybe 50 or so, and
Maybe
I
50
need to
or
get
so.
more. I have so many duck figurines. It's
Where's
borderline
Grace got the
ridiculous.
asking?
I've got
Almost a novel
ducks
garden.
everywhere. I really like ducks as
Yeah.
an animal.
I have to say, my daughter really likes ducks as well. She came out to me one night and was just like, ducks, Mum, ducks. They're so cute.
Ducks in Melbourne.
Sorry, what?
My
Safa?
youngest son likes moose.
Is there,
Moose.
is there
Moose is
ducks
nice.
in
Oh, yeah.
Melbourne?
I like chocolate
Oh.
mousse.
That's understandable, really, when you think about it. Because they're
I think we're stepping on
huge
Safa.
and unusual. Oh, I'm sorry, Safa.
Is there many ducks in Melbourne? There's heaps of ducks in regional Victoria.
There's
Oh, yeah.
tons of ducks here. I
Did
can.
anyone
Yeah, there's
There
like.
is.
Hi, Laura.
Can I just
Going to party.
can I just
Wow.
say
Really, it's party night.
Your cat's looking very deep.
Miranda.
I'm already
Stop
overwhelmed.
looking at
I'm
me.
gonna have to work on my.
oh my god. Under COVID, did anyone else have to do a quick alcohol run?
Yeah. Oh, and now
Yeah.
Maria and Luciano are going to
Maria
do
and Luciano.
Hello.
10 is 10
Hi.
is the full house.
These two are so
Oh, okay,
cute.
someone's got an echo. I think that's
Someone is echoing.
Luciano.
Maria and Luciano.
Allora eccomi.
Okay, yes, Maria and Luciano, you need to mute the YouTube stream because it's causing an echo.
Yeah. Also, Maria and Luciano.
Getting later.
Okay, Maria and Luciano, you need to mute or switch off the YouTube stream because it's causing an echo.
Tell me about it, Stella.
Yeah, it's in another
Maria-
tab, sweeties.
And Luciano, you are both absolutely gorgeous, beautiful people.
They are, aren't they?
And
Gorgeous people.
yeah,
All right.
you are very fine
But we're
specimens.
still getting that echo. You need to shut off the YouTube stream. Sorry, I'm forcing a mute on them because of the nasty noise.
Yeah.
We did have a lot of trouble understanding them because they did talk a lot over the top of each other, and then there was a sound problem in the Facebook meeting thing.
No, still doing it. Still doing it. But you've got to do something at your end to.
I think there's a technical problem there.
Yeah.
They did all-
Poor Stella's getting sensory overload from all these different people on here.
I'm
okay.
I'm this close to like just headphones off and just watch you talk.
But you can do that. You can do that if you like. You can do
I
that.
can
if you
just turn you all down so I can't
Yeah.
hear you, and yeah.
So private chat. Who's in? Oh yes, Luciana and okay. Going to try
Oh.
once more. Are we getting the noise? There's
Hi, guys.
still
Can we
something
talk?
happening.
Just a very short minute.
Yeah, there is something happening. Like I don't know if you've still got YouTube open, Maria and Luciano, or whatever, but it's causing a really tinny echo. So I don't know how many tabs or windows you have open because you would have been watching on YouTube. And when you clicked the link, it would have opened a new tab or a new window. So you want to keep the new tab or the new window and get rid of the YouTube one.
We just
So-
did it. We just did
Yes.
it. Thank you.
Hey!
Hi.
Thank you.
Yay! You
Sorry.
did it.
We're new. We're
Bloody
new.
tops.
Or is it happening?
We could hear so many voices. We're like the voices in my head, and I'm so close to him. I was thinking, I'm hearing two voices too.
Two
All sounded
noises.
like Italians talking over each other. Just like we do in Italy. Blah, 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 blah. Di qua, di là, come stai? Ciao, PLB, bravo. Sì, no.
Sì, bravo.
This is a bit of sensory overload, but it's fun. It's
We
Oh
are
yeah.
much actually. So if you feel like you should mute us, please do so. Net knows us very well. She's a good friend of us, and she knows that we are too much together.
oh
Now
no.
these two are not a couple.
And we
They
didn't
do
even go to
bicker like a
Buffalo.
couple.
We haven't been to
Are you
Buffalo yet.
are you saying they're both single and available? Because
Yes, I am, Abigail.
that, you are
She
both
does belly
Maria and
dance with
Luciano.
sweeties.
She's
You
a
are
pole
both
dancer,
absolutely
and I'm a
gorgeous.
belly dancer.
Oh my! Hello.
Who's the dancer?
But I dance around the poles, and he dances around the bellies. Oh!
Did I tell you they were fun or what?
Oh my
Okay.
goodness, please.
Oh my god, I can't believe I said that.
Señorita, please. Comportate.
Oh, hello.
Now she's from Colombia and he's from Italy.
Sicily,
Ooh.
Sicily, the south of
Sicily.
Oh,
South
Sicily.
Africa.
Sorry. You have to say
Sicily.
Sicily.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Are you
yeah,
in
yeah,
Australia?
totally.
Are you in Australia or somewhere else?
So I just want to throw,
where-
Miranda, while I appreciate seeing your kitty, I think Shannon wants to join. So if you don't mind, if you're not going to, if you don't want to full on be in the chat, I might sort of move you
Aw.
out so Shannon can join. Much as I love seeing the kitty there.
Kitty cam is great, but
Oh my god, I can't stop laughing.
I think that was a wave.
So rude.
So Maria and Luciana, are you in Australia at the moment?
We're in Melbourne. We're in Docklands at the moment.
Ooh.
Oh.
Luciano is
You're just
Australian
like-
Italian, and I'm Colombian, Canadian, Italian, Japanese.
Ooh,
Put all
I
together.
like the
That's
Wow.
my
Canadian.
languages. But anyway,
That-
doesn't matter. We're in this lockdown, and lockdown is spelled with a U. Together. Woo!
Well, you are literally like around the corner from my place.
Wait, who's talking? Who's talking?
That
That's
was me.
Abigail.
Abigail.
I'm like totally like hitting on both of you at the moment. That's all.
Hitting up. Ah, yeah, we can be. Wait.
Oh,
It's
no.
what I do.
You can hit us
It's
with
what I
this.
do.
Pause.
Nice.
I'm just thinking how funny it would be if I say something and they ask who's
And
talking.
pause while you're at it.
What does it mean?
These
That's
two
great.
had like a huge experience, like I mean a big scary one. They were out doing their 2 hours of exercise, and they got rolled. They got rolled by some guys who were part of a Malaysian mafia thing.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a big deal. And that's why they carry baseball bats.
Hello, lovely peoples.
Oh, the hell is with your microphone?
Sounds
Let's
like
Yeah.
with us.
There is horrible distorted noise at your end.
Okay, how do I sound now, guys?
Oh, yeah, baby. Are you possessed by the sound of the devil? Your audio is like 200%. I would not come in, Maria. Let's come over.
Oh,
No, I had an interesting 2 weeks.
trying again.
How do I sound now?
Much better.
Sorry about that.
That's better.
Yeah, no, for some reason, my my web browser decided that my webcam microphone needed to be the one which is like boosted to some ridiculous degree. So, first of all, hola, Marion Luciano, ¿cómo está?
Muy bien, gracias. Bene, tutto
Bene,
bene,
grazie.
tutto a posto?
Ciao, piacere.
Ciao, piacere
Luciano,
lei,
con la
lei.
C di China.
Ecco, ma
Made in Italy.
How are you? The question is, how are you, grasshopper? Hopping around Melbourne? Where are you hopping around? Where are you at the moment? Tell us. We're in Docklands. Nice to meet you.
Oh, she's here.
Bien, bien,
I want to
bien, 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 esto la Sydney myself.
What is it? Huh?
I'm in Sydney.
Ah, it's from
Okay.
Sydney.
So yeah,
Yeah.
Abigail, you cracking on with the lovely. Yeah, Abigail, you cracking on with the lovely Maria and Luciano there.
Who are you,
Me?
Abigail,
Okay.
you cracking
I'm a
on with
tanner.
Mario and Luciano there. All you're going to do is make Eleanor jealous. You know that, right?
Well, Eleanor has to learn how to share. There's, there's enough of me to go around, you know.
Eleanor doesn't like sharing. She's entirely
So
too
I've
small.
heard.
And hello, Sarah, by the way. How are you?
Is that all right, Sarah?
All right.
Yeah,
So,
good,
yeah,
thanks. Yep.
I've not met Sarah and I've not met Maria and Luciano. So hello to you both. Oh,
Hello,
yes,
back.
Hey,
Nice to meet
what's
you.
your story? There's three of
Full
us.
disclosure,
Sarah,
everyone.
Luciano, Maria.
Maria, Luciano, and I have been drinking since when did we start drinking? 7 o'clock? I don't know. We've been drinking for a while.
Nettie, but we don't drink that much.
I'm perfectly sober.
Me too. I'm
I'm just making excuses for you.
We're naturally we're naturally too hyperactive, ADHD. All the illnesses, we have it in our brain. We're naturally mentally sick. We're naturally bipolar, like Melbourne's weather. We're naturally mental. Okay. No, but we're normal people. We're very serious people as well. I have a very good job, and
angry.
Maria has done a lovely couple of dances in the in traditional Colombian style with big skirt business going on, and Luciano has been her foil, we shall say.
All right. Yeah, no, things are a little bit on the crazy side at the moment.
Can I ask something? There is like a rainbow behind as a background to all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
did it just rain?
Yeah,
did it just rain? Woo, raining blessings. Amen.
I put the rainbow background there. I'm feeling like this is a fun, chaotic thing. It's kind of like if you want to say something, you need to put your hand up and go like
in school.
Yes. So there you go.
Yeah. So Lee wants to say something by the looks of things. Go ahead, Lee.
I've had an interesting 2 weeks because I met an American lady who's like, I'm going to keep my opinions to myself, Lee. I'm like, why is that? She's like, are you a Kennedy by any chance? And I'm like, yes. She's like, well, I was alive. While JFK was alive, I was alive too. So I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. I'm like, okay, awesome. And then at university, I got another distinction.
Oh, congrats on the distinction.
Nice work, man.
What course are you doing anyway, Lee?
I'm doing a course into a Bachelor of Business, which is called Foundation Studies.
Okay. It's been ages since we've talked about about what you've been doing and your uni. It feels.
Oh, that's so good.
Sarah, may I ask whereabouts you hail from? If you don't mind?
Who asked that?
Grasshopper.
Oh, sorry. Yep, I've got you now. Me, I'm in Reservoir.
Reservoir.
I say Reservoir.
I don't know where that is. I'm sorry.
You know, the working class connotation. Yeah, no, it's sort of out of north. And Annette and I met through the local school. Two friends.
But that's Victorian, isn't it?
Yeah. Melbourne suburb.
But we're not coping during lockdown down here, Grasshopper. Yeah. We're not. I have got a very grumpy expression, and for the first time ever, I bought a Bundy and Coke. Right, I know I'm supposed to have a classy I suppose I should have a classy martini, but I don't. I'm in a rage.
Isn't this like the second or the third lockdown for Victoria though?
Oh,
so let us tell you that this is the actual 8th circuit breaker lockdown. Circuit breaker doesn't count the lockdowns from last year, dear Grasshopper from Sydney. So we've gone through hell. Sydney is going through a breeze because Scott Morrison pulled up his pants and really tied up his belt and said, I'm going to get 6 million jabs now to New South Wales because he lives there.
Exactly.
But Victorians, I'm sorry, Grasshopper, to break it all down to you right now, as Victorians, we went through hell for a whole fucking year. It was
look,
I'm not talking shit out of my ass. This is literally fact.
There is a lot to be said about the vaccine rollout in New South Wales. I'll try and make it as brief as I possibly can. I was booked in today to go in to get my vaccine, and a whole bunch of things just got in the road, and I didn't end up making the appointment, which really sucked.
That's good.
When I called up to try and reschedule the appointment, the guy told me that he can't apparently do that on the phone. I've got to do that on the website. So I hopped on the
God.
website to try and do it, but the website noticed that I missed today's appointment, so it won't let me book a second appointment. When I go to the individual places to try to book in for an appointment to get my first jab, the earliest available appointments now are at the end of fucking November.
Oh, that's fucking
Dai,
ridiculous.
Yeah, they might be
really bad.
they might be bringing more jabs into New South Wales, but if you're not in what they refer to as an LGA of concern, you don't get any kind of priority on getting the jab at all.
To that, aren't you, Grasshopper? You're pretty
I
close to those
am
two.
surrounded. I am literally surrounded by LGAs of concern, but because my LGA is an indirect concern, I cannot get any kind of priority on getting the vaccine. I've got to be behind everyone else.
Local government area.
I live in the southern border, so I stole a couple of Dad's vaccines. So I went on the Victorian website. Boom. 2 doses. Done.
Yeah, no,
So,
try to.
yeah, I was just going to go fully vaccinated, bitches. Okay, just throwing that.
Me too.
But yeah, so I'm going to rock up to the place tomorrow to try and see what I can organise. You know, basically just go, look, please, pretty please, is there anything I could do? I'll suck your dick.
Sorry.
Like, just try and get anything done.
Laura, sorry, I just need to talk across. Laura, something at your end is causing distortion.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And yeah, and also, yeah, Maria and Luciano, I don't know what your technical setup is, but it's also, with this many people, it can be a good idea if you're not actually talking to have your microphone, if you're not talking to everyone in the stream, to have your microphone on mute, and then switch it on to join in. No, that's okay.
I thought we would unmute if we. I thought somebody was like unmuting, was muting our microphones when we talked to each. I don't know what I was thinking, but
I was. I am actually.
Okay.
I have godlike controls, and I can do
Okay,
whatever I
to
want.
make your life easier, I'll mute myself when we're talking among ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But I've actually got a question for you there, Maria, if I may. It's been said a few times now that you're actually from Colombia. So how long have you been in Australia for?
Well, long story short, and so that everybody knows, Annette, she already knows because she's our good friend. Anyway, she was invited. She invited us.
Quick.
Anyway,
She's my good friend too.
So I was born in
Do you-
Colombia.
Do you remember how quick she was with the boyfriend she met from Azerbaijan?
Oh my goodness, they don't know.
Yes, I do remember that story.
Knows this. Don't
Well,
reveal all
I'm
my
going
secrets.
to have to say au revoir, mes
Oh,
amis.
Madonna. In Ginocchio. Okay.
Okay. Au revoir,
So
mes
what
amis.
happened is when I was
understands Italian.
I was born in the mountains, deep in the mountains of Colombia, in a very small town that is known as the sweet land of Colombia because all the factories of guava are there, guava being the fruit. So it's a very small town. It's like only 20,000 people nowadays. Anyway, I was born there 30 years ago. And because of the guerrillas and whatnot, we migrated as refugees to Canada when I was 11. So I'm Colombian Canadian by citizenship. And through Canada opened its doors to the world to me. And I have my education from Canada. I've traveled the world. I've lived in Japan 5 years. I lived in Italy for 2. And now I've been here for 3.5. The same time that I've met this guy. Oh my goodness. Anyway, God has mercy on me. And I am doing fine. Please don't call the police. He's a good guy. Just kidding. No, but you know,
he's a good boy.
But
they're not a couple.
We're not together. We're together, but not together. He's like, we're really good friends, and we're very similar. It's so scary that, you know, sometimes when you have a romantic other, you say, "Oh, this guy finishes my sentences." Well, no, he doesn't finish it. He says he starts, finishes. He says everything. He changes my diaper. You know, it's like, what the heck? I'm not even wearing a diaper, man. You know, it's like very weird. So we're like, I've never ever experienced something in my life.
In English, we refer to that person as a soulmate.
No, no,
Yeah,
because
good
soulmate
point.
has that. Soulmate has
Mhm.
this connotation of romanticism.
Yes.
No,
And
no, 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 no,
Shannon and
no,
I
no.
Change diapers each other.
No, no, no,
What
no.
was that? What are you talking
Sorry,
about?
no, I need to.
Ugly
No,
dog.
I need to interject there. I need to interject there. Can you guys just hit mute for a second there, Maria?
Yeah.
I need to just interject just for a second. Soulmate isn't a romantic connotation. I have met one of my best friends in the world. She lives over in Perth, a lovely, lovely lady by the name of Alana. She is my absolute soulmate, but I am married to the absolute love of my life, a lovely lady by the name of Eleanor, whom Abigail is doing a level best to steal from me, and unfortunately is succeeding. But that's besides the point. No, it's a joke, Maria. It's okay. No, soulmate doesn't have
They're
any
being
real
silly.
romantic connotations. Soulmate is a person that you meet that just they get you and you get them completely.
Totally.
You can be yourself around them, and
Yep.
you're never going to be
Yeah.
judged. You
Which we
you can just
love.
be you. Yeah,
I've
no,
got
it
a
is.
friend of mine in
Yeah.
London who's that.
Platonic
I've
love is a
talked to
real.
Annette about it.
Yes, your friend in
Yeah,
London.
Cora, I
I've got a
agree
friend
with
in London and we talk every day, and he is that for me. You know, we just
Yeah.
met randomly. It was a random meeting. We have nothing in common, you know, absolutely. Like in terms of, you know, socioeconomic background, anything, life experience. But the minute we met, it's exactly what you just said, Grasshopper. That, you know,
That's it. I mean, it really is the best thing in the world when you meet that person.
I
Like
know.
Can I say
somebody
something?
that can get you that
So-
way.
And they don't judge. I think the non-judgmentalism is just the key.
Well,
you know.
Yeah, no, go ahead,
Sorry.
Maria.
The break-in. Yep, go on.
His
Yep.
body, she can. He's like a volcano erupting. Oh my goodness.
Wait, shut up. So, no volcano. You're from Sicily. You're close to all the
Mm.
volcanoes, to Vesuvio.
Ma che Vesuvio è a Napoli, eh?
Italia.
Ok.
It's that fiery Latin blood going on here.
Okay, sorry guys. So, what I was trying to say is that I understand what you just said, Grasshopper, and what Sarah added to that.
Yep.
But I only discovered that recently because of him and because of people that I've fallen in love with. I started like observing my life as 30 years old that I am, and I'm doing very well right now. And I'm thinking all the people that I've loved have actually been my soulmates, and you can have more than one soulmate. And
Yeah,
even though I
absolutely.
don't speak to all my exes, it doesn't matter. Like
Lucky
I
them.
had fun.
Yep.
Lucky
Yep.
them. Anyway,
Abigail?
lucky me. So,
So funny
you know,
story.
it's very interesting that we're talking about this
Oh.
because I feel like it's so necessary in the world right now to feel
But what are you doing with your hair?
humane.
This is not a YouTube channel.
Okay.
Sorry,
guys, pause.
I'm jealous of nobody's hair. Nobody else.
We all are.
Okay.
Everyone is.
All right,
We all
go
are.
for it, Abigail.
So I was at my my lady friend, my girlfriend's place last night, because I can,
Yes.
despite the lockdown, which is good.
Is her name? Is your girlfriend's name Eleanor by chance?
No, she's my other girlfriend. No, I was consoling her about some drama that she was having with one of her other partners, who is staying with one of his other partners,
Oh, good
and
Lord. Okay.
and it was just a mess. And love is love.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Poly light
1,000.
all. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and like soulmates, have as many as you need.
Absolutely. I got
Yeah.
a couple of friends. I got a couple of friends that are living in a house that's like basically a full-on polycule. Everyone that's living there is sleeping with one another in these lovely polyamorous type of things, and they've got like a really great vibe going on in that entire house when you go over to visit and whatnot. It's great just to hang out and all of that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's they kind of refer to it as being like in a soul group, because they all just get each other so well, and they all met through various ways, and they all just kind of came together in these various ways, and it's all kind of wonderful. So yeah, as you said, Abigail, love is love. Like, I don't care if somebody's polyamorous, if somebody's strictly monogamous, if somebody's 1,000% asexual. It doesn't mean that you can't find another person that doesn't help make you feel completed, whether that be in a romantic sense or in a purely platonic sense. And yeah, I hope that everybody in this world finds that person to help complete them, because it really does make you happier.
If only it was that easy, nobody. Nobody. Grasshopper. If it only was that easy, Grasshopper would find somebody that. Yeah.
I never said that it was easy. What I'm saying is that I hope that everybody finds that other person. I mean, you know, Eleanor and I, we are in a terrific relationship, and we've been together for a long time now, but we were friends for a bit over 3 years before we ever started dating. Like, and it was that strong foundation of friendship that led the relationship into where it is, not because of me as a person, but because of the way that Eleanor carries herself. But I don't think for a second that the way that we led into our relationship that has made it work so well is the key or the solution to other people trying to find their significant others or find a deep and long-lasting, meaningful relationship, because it doesn't matter. I just hope that every person finds that person regardless.
Yeah, totally.
Ozzy, how long did you know Mrs. Angry before you guys started dating?
Oh, no, we met through a dating website. I've only met people through dating websites for the last, fucking 30 years. But yeah, no, it's 15 years ago. So I was going to say, I don't know if this is for anyone younger. I don't know if this is reassuring or demoralizing, but I met Mrs. Angry when I was 40, and, just the happiest I've ever been for the last 15 years. And, so that's either reassuring or demoralizing, depending on your age. So,
wait a minute, you're 55?
Yes. I often have to think and recalculate.
Shit, I thought that you were late 40s. I didn't realize that you were mid 50s.
Sorry, Grasshopper.
Yeah, go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, no, go, Maria. Yeah.
They're muted.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that because we're getting to know everyone right now, right? So we're obviously judging all of you as humans do. We're obviously like saying what we like about everyone. And obviously I said I like nobody's hair. And I'm like, Sarah's got like a cool attitude with the cigarette, her hair, everything. And then Dr. Abigail, I'm sure you're a doctor. And I'm like, you remind me of someone that works in Colombia for the Institute of Humboldt, which is like a German name. I have German roots somehow. Don't ask me why, because I'll talk for hours. And then we're like, yeah, this woman is cool. And then we're like, angry Aussie. He doesn't seem angry at all. And then whoever stopped Google, we don't understand Google. And then Grasshopper, we were just saying, you have an amazing.
Timber.
No,
Timber. He's the nicest person in the room.
Do a lot of like radio and narration. And Laura, we're like, oh my God, Laura's like so poised, but she's got her voice like she's strong. It's like, oh, she said something, but she's like poised. Like you are poised. Like, what's the word? Like poised.
No, yeah, it's a good word.
Sophisticated.
No, it's actually it's funny. It's funny that you say that.
We said to you everything.
No, it's funny that you say that.
What about the person is hosting?
Many years ago.
Angry Ozzy, okay.
Yeah, he's the angry.
I'm angry Italian.
No, but we're like angry Ozzy doesn't seem angry at all. Like he's like happy.
Well, he can
No,
be.
hang on, Maria, hang on.
Brief thing. If a troll comes into the chat, you will see me cut loose.
Okay, let me just do this. Angry Ozzy.
Is Safa a troll? Who's Safa?
No, Safa's
100% troll.
Yeah, he just hops in and just talks. No, so angry. All I'm going to say is Peter Dutton.
Racist potato.
Luciana and I are dying to know the details. We want to know the details.
See, the thing is, at that point, I'm not just making Ozzy angry. I'm also making Abigail, Sarah, Nettie, Nobody, and anybody else within earshot angry as well. Because Potato... Laura, can you mute again, please, darling?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because Potato Head Dutton is a right royal absolute piece of pond scum.
Oh, that's putting it kindly, Grasshopper.
No one likes him.
No, he sucks.
Have you
And
noticed
what I
him
love-
on
my
ABC
favourite
News
thing-
trying to look nicer? Trying to be the nice boy lately?
Dutton's been doing everything he can to try and save his public image after his failed attempt at taking over from Turnbull.
My favourite thing about Dutton is he thinks he has some electoral charm that he would make a good leader. His self-delusion, I love it. I love his self-delusion.
It's a whole new level of self-delusion. But Maria, what you said earlier is leads me to a funny story in my past. Many moons ago, after I was out of the police and I was working in security, I got asked to do security for 2 weeks at an RSL. Being at the front desk of the RSL and checking people's IDs and signing them in and all of that sort of stuff.
What's an RSL?
RSL
Services
Return
League.
Services League.
It's a club for veterans of
Veterans, yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a club for veterans, but everybody goes there because you can get a half decent meal for a decent price, and there's lots of
And a meat
pokies there, and raffles and all of that. But yeah,
My local RSL's crap.
So I was working at the RSL, and part of
Sorry
the
to
job,
hear
of
that,
course, was
nobody.
letting people know that the service shuttles were coming in, and they could give you a lift to, wherever and all of that sort of stuff. So I would have to get onto the intercom and do the announcements. And after my first night there, the guy that ran the RSL came up to me and said, if I could hire somebody for no other reason than just to sit there in the PA all night, you would be a shoo-in for that job. He's like, you've got the perfect voice for it. And I went, yeah, because I've got the perfect face for radio. And that was it from there on in. Okay, so blue bottles are deadly, Maria, so you can stop that.
Yeah. No, Maria's having fun. Maria's having a lot of fun there.
I want the drugs that Maria is currently on.
I know.
Although when she bent over that last
Girl
time with
from your
the chain,
nightmares. I'm the girl.
when you came over last time with the chain necklace, I'm just wondering, is that the last thing that a vagina or a gynecologist ever sees? Is just a gynecologist going, "Hi."
Coming to get you.
Tonight's stream has
Guys,
chosen
can I say
chaos.
something interesting?
Yes, tell us something interesting.
So actually, the vagina, the gynecologist, what's it called here?
Gynecologist.
No, the PAM,
The vaginacologist.
the pap smear that women are supposed to get. So I've been getting this done since I was 22, I think, in Canada, and it's like at the time it was every 5 years, and then they're like, no, you need this every 2 years. I was like, okay. And the first year I got it done, it was so fucking traumatizing because it was like my doctor doing this, and my guy doctor, like my family doctor in Canada, and I was like, Dr. Sandejas. He was like, his background was Indonesian, and I'm like, you're gonna do this on me? He's like, yeah, very quick, don't worry. I just put my hand in there, I move all your ovaries, your thing, I check it, I come out, it's fine. I'm like, that doesn't sound all right. And he's like, Maria, you just have to relax and let my hand get in there. I'm like, I'm 20. Are you sure? And he's like, Maria, I do this with 20-year-old vaginas, 30, 40, 50, you name it. I've got my hand in there. I'm like, I'm like,
wow.
I was like, okay, Dr. Sandejas, and he knows me very well. He
They're
knows
gonna
me.
ban us from this
No,
channel.
he knows that I'm very, very delicate and stuff. He's known me for many years. So I'm like, Dr. Sandejas, I trust you, so I'm gonna let your hand get in there. But you know what? Please be gentle, because man, I get so nervous. I'm still a virgin. I was a virgin still then. And he's like, are you sure you're a virgin? I'm like, okay, fine. I'm not a virgin. I was broken, right? I had lost my virginity at 21, I think. Yeah, 21. Actually, I lost it late. And anyway, and it was to a third cousin. Oh my goodness, padre filio. Anyway, and my first love was Italian. Giulio Merla se llamaba. Anyway, he didn't come in all the way because he felt bad. He was a doctor. He's like, oh, you're a virgin. You should make love with somebody that you care. Anyway, so going back to the story, my doctor, when it came to the day off, I was so scared because they put you in the position that you're going to deliver a baby. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to have babies, but I'm going to have a hand of this guy go in there. And I was like, let's not think about it. Let's just go with the flow. Yeah. And then he's like, just relax. And I'm like, sure. Yeah, I'll just relax with my legs open like a fucking turkey. Like I'm going to stuff a Thanksgiving turkey, you know, like I'm the turkey.
Goodness.
So I was like, oh my God, how do I relax? And you know what he did? He shows me the thing that the machine, what's it called?
Il divaricatore.
No, in English. Oh my goodness.
I don't know in English. Divaricator.
Yeah, that.
The
And he's
speculum. The speculum.
Speculum, yes.
Speculum.
Speculum, Latino, yes.
He takes out like 10 of those different sizes. And I'm like, what the fuck is that for? Like that looks like you're going to fix a car. Are you a mechanic? What are you doing?
You need the right tool to fix a girl.
And I was like, what are you doing, Dr. Sandejas? He's like, oh, no, it's okay. You know, I'm going to use the smallest one. I'm like, the smallest one looks like it's ready to get inside a car motor. I don't even know anything about cars. And you won't believe he said, just relax. I think he gave me a pill to relax. I forget what it was. Oh my goodness, guys, girls, whatever
I think it was Rohypnol.
Yeah, well, whatever your pronouns are, everybody. I'm just telling you right now, it hurt like a motherfucking bitch. And I was insane. I'm telling you one thing.
No,
at 20 years old,
it should feel
at
a
20
bit.
years old or 21, I knew exactly where my ovary was, my left ovary and my right ovary. He moved it and I felt it. And I was like, fuck this. Fuck you, Dr. Sandejas. I love you and I trust you, but fuck this. I'm never getting this done. And he like pulled out and he said, it's all done. Was it painful? I'm like, it was fucking painful. I hate you, but I'm never doing this again. He's like, I'll see you in 5 years, Maria. Don't worry. And I'm like,
you will miss me.
I'm out of here.
You know, motor engines they get broken. They need a tool to repair.
I left to Japan. I left to Italy. And in Japan, wait. And in Japan, I'm almost done. And in Japan, when I got it done, this Japanese lady, gynecologist.
Yeah, she did karate to you.
No. She had like the smallest hands that I've ever seen.
Yeah, chopsticks.
Shut up. She had the smallest machine to do it. I didn't feel anything. I was like, did you even get in there? And she's like, I touched all your ovaries. I'm like, there's only 2. And she's like, oh, everything. I'm like, I didn't feel a thing.
Because
and nowadays, the science or the technology is like, you can do it yourself. You can do the test yourself. So it's all good, guys.
Okay, so very, very quickly before Abigail gets in, I'm just going to tell you one quick joke. You know why they call it a pap smear, don't you?
I know, from the Greek.
Yeah.
Doctor.
No, because if they called it a cunt scrape, nobody would get one.
I would not actually.
Okay.
Maria.
Abigail's turn first, then Laura.
Yeah, go for it, Abigail.
I recently had to go to the Royal Women's, and all I can say is, just don't let male doctors go down there. It always hurts. It's always just no. I had to register a complaint because this doctor was an asshole, and he could see I was in a lot of pain, but. Yeah, it was actually traumatizing.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's awful. Yeah, like, because I'm like ultra sensitive. Ultimate of ironies, I'm ultra sensitive down there. And this male doctor just did not have a clue what he was doing. And He had to do he had to consult with a colleague, and she came in and could see me shaking and like actually comforted me, and continued the exam and was actually gentle. And yeah, male gynecologists don't do it, not even once.
That sounds painful.
Okay.
Gee,
Big
I've
hands.
never been
You want big
contemplated
hands out
now
there when
doing
it's
that.
about
Oh yeah,
medical
sure.
purpose.
Big guys, yes, and big hands. No, but what are you talking about?
Big hands for medical purposes is not good. Big hands for everything else is good.
Oh my god! Sorry, Laura, you were going to say something, Laura.
Yeah, it was, you know, sort of. I didn't know this kind of stuff. It's putting me off getting one of my own now.
All right, okay. I'm going to throw something in.
Because
I'm going to throw something in. My turn.
Great.
Because AZ just texted me and said he's going to join us, but he hasn't appeared yet. So who knows? But I'm going to steal his thunder and say, we're talking about Asian lady doctors with small hands. Okay, AZ as a man, he's had various probings and whatnot done, and he said. Julia Gillard, our former Prime Minister, her boyfriend made a joke. It was like Prostate Cancer Awareness Day. And he tried to make a joke and said, yeah, guys, you want the doctor who does it to be like an Asian lady doctor because they have small hands. So when they stick a finger up your butt, check your prostate, it's not that bad. And AZ, from experience, and this is man stuff, he's going, no, what you want is a big, burly male nurse to do it, because he had a little Asian lady doctor do the thing to check his prostate once, and she was clearly very uncomfortable with it. And he said she basically took a run up and, and went bam up his butt. And he's like, oh, my God. And the line was, okay, you need to ease it in. You need to roll it in. You're not landing Thunderbird 1, okay? You just need to... If you get a big burly male nurse to do your prostate check, he knows, man. He knows what it's like. So he's going to be gentle. He's going to use the appropriate amount of lube, and he's going to do it with the appropriate amount of gentleness, because he knows that, like, okay, someone's sticking a finger up your butt. Let's make a thing. So I loved it because, again, it was our former first bloke who tried to make a joke about prostate exams, saying you want an Asian lady doctor to do it. AZ literally has experience with an Asian lady doctor being very unprepared for it and just going bam up his butt.
Number one, the Asian lady is lucky that she didn't disappear half her arm up there, because it is AZ. Good point. Second to that, what Maria said earlier also reminded me of another joke of a gynecologist who decided that he wanted to change careers, and so he decided that his new career was going to be as a motor mechanic. So he's gone off and he's gotten himself a traineeship, and you know, he's gone through all of the appropriate training, and it finally came up for the time of the final exam, and the final exam was to reconstruct a motor. They were given all of the pieces. They needed to build the entire thing and put it inside of the car. And so he went ahead and did his exam, and when he got his results, he was absolutely blown away to see that he managed to get a 200% mark on a 100% possible. So he was very confused, and he went up to the examiner and he was like, okay, how the heck did I get 200%? And the examiner said, well, look, you put the engine back together perfectly and it works absolutely fine. I give you the extra 100% for being able to do it all through the tailpipe.
You know, it just occurred to me, given what you said about your current Prime Minister, that wouldn't like the old sort of vet up a cow kind of thing be necessary, because he is one massive asshole.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Big rubber glove there.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I don't know what happened to AZ, but Johnny's joining us. Johnny Knoxkill, how you doing, man?
Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
Right. Pretty good. How's everyone?
Not too badly. Not too
Overwhelmed.
I'm alive today. That's
I
always good.
I came
but-
into the stream at an interesting time. About the old yes,
Gynecology.
yes.
Man, the stream has chosen chaos, is what we're saying.
So, with all of that said, though, Eleanor is going to be
Some
heading to
streams
bed.
just want to see
So-
the world burn.
So I'm actually going to jump out so that way I don't keep my wife awake.
That's fair.
So
That's my job.
Okay.
Oh,
Good night, Grasshopper. And also, Grasshopper, just so you
Good night,
know,
Grasshopper.
I didn't drink and drive that other night. I was a
Good
good
stuff.
boy.
Good
man.
stuff.
Good man.
Muddy and Luciana, it was absolutely lovely to meet you guys. Sarah, it was absolutely lovely to meet you as well.
Thank you very much. See ya.
All right,
Bye.
guys.
Have a good night,
My love to you
Grasshopper.
all.
See ya.
See you,
Bye.
Grasshopper. And yeah, thank
Bye.
you, Nettie, for bringing. Thank you for bringing in new friends tonight, Nettie. It's been fun. You've brought in the new friends tonight.
No worries. It has been fun.
That shows you how many crazy people around in Melbourne are, like Colombian Italian.
Oh, okay. See, the thing is, Luciano, now that we've all hooked up, so we've
Okay,
the
you're going to
Melbourne
that,
folk in
Good
here,
night, mate.
me, Abigail, Nettie, Sarah, Maria, Luciano. When we're not locked down, we should absolutely just have like a fucking bender one night.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Does,
I'd
And
love
just
that,
that.
go
um,
on. Yeah.
does that also
Two
include
thumbs
Central
up.
Victorian people if
thumbs
we
up.
decide to travel?
What are you
Johnny,
doing?
if you want to travel to Melbourne for a bender, it's fucking on, man. Same
I'll
with you,
travel and
Tuffer.
stay at my sister's
Yeah?
place again.
Mm.
Yeah. We could have.
I'd love nobody to
when
come
we're
too.
allowed to meet in a group, we could do it. We could absolutely do it.
And
If I
my
find an
sister's
opportunity to
suburb is
come,
actually your
I just
suburb,
might,
so I
Lee.
won't have to drive.
But, trouble is, my weekends are always spoken for.
Yeah,
They are.
For those
season
who
over,
don't
so I can't
know
waste
me
it.
so well, I'm
is
a loony churchy.
Maria's
All right,
still there.
I just want to throw in Daryl, who's a long time internet pal of mine, who's been in the text chat. Is apparently signing off. Thank you for hanging out, by the way. I hope you enjoyed the pure fucking chaos of all of us going a bit kind of off the rails here on the cameras. I hope you enjoyed it because it's fun.
It's
What's
been a
happened to
shitty
Maria?
week.
Maria
Yeah,
is
what
cooking
happened to Maria?
gyoza.
Where'd she go?
Maria is cooking gyoza, Japanese food.
Oh, gyoza.
I wanted
Gyoza.
to ask her about this book I'm reading.
It's a discount.
Well,
I
I've read.
love gyoza.
Maria.
Sarah,
Okay.
what's the book?
Okay,
Sorry,
so
Oh.
Maria, are you there?
Yes.
Try that gyoza.
I'm obviously a long-term left-wing activist. Well, maybe not obviously. I'm a long-term left-wing activist. And I've worked for the Labor Party and various
Oh.
unions and all sorts of things. Anyway, but I've read all of Ingrid Betancourt's books, right? You being from Colombia, Sam's showing it.
Ingrid Betancourt, of course, you've read that.
What's your take on Ingrid Betancourt?
You're asking for me to lecture for 3 hours. You know that.
Yes.
Yes, let's
Oh,
do it. Let's
Yeah,
do
go on.
dialectic. Let's go.
What do you think?
Go.
How do I summarize? Okay. Whew, this is very hard because I was a refugee in Canada. That's how I migrated because I was a victim. I'm a victim of war. I saw machine guns. I saw war in Colombia when I was 11 years old. And it's been very traumatizing. So it's a very, it's a tender side of my life, you know, being a victim of war.
Yeah.
I don't have any trouble talking about it because I think Annette knows this. I'm an educator by career in a way. And so I love talking to people about my background, but I take it very seriously. So it's just, I don't want to completely, what's the word? Like sadden the whole atmosphere that we've got here because it's very mysterious
No,
to me.
it's a light atmosphere. Sorry, I can't help myself. I can't help myself.
We're all super lefties here.
Okay.
Yeah, but above
Sorry,
and beyond
Maria, I
that,
can't help myself.
above and beyond whatever everybody's political association is, you know what my dream is? I'm going to be. It's not a dream. I know it's a fact. It will happen if I'm alive and if God allows it. I will be president of Colombia when I'm 45 years old. I'm 30 at the moment.
Yay!
And I've worked with politicians, and I've helped the peace treaty come through. I was meant to go. They were sponsoring me to go to Havana, Cuba, to talk about my case from Tokyo. The embassy of Tokyo chose me to go, but I couldn't because I had a full-time job in Japan and I had other responsibilities and priorities at the time, and I didn't see flying to Cuba a priority. But I was dying to go deep inside. So I know I will be president of Colombia when I'm 45 at maximum. If I don't make it at 45, then I think, because I want to retire by 50. That's my goal in life.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a very interesting question that you're asking. Now, Ingrid, I'm going to break it down to you very quickly.
I'm political, so I just wanted your view. But I'm so sorry to put this into a social forum.
In a very direct way, like point form. You know, I'm an executive.
Please do. Please do.
So, listen, Ingrid comes from a very posh family. One.
Correct.
Okay, that's number one. So
I understand that. I've read her biography.
So because of that, she already has an advantage. And she took care of herself. People took care of her and her name, her last name, and her dignity as a posh person. Nonetheless, she didn't care about that, and she risked herself.
Correct.
But she did it in such a stupid way that it was like, you don't know what your country holds. You don't know nothing. You know, you fucking bitch. You come from a rich family and you're trying to deal with guerrillas. You're fucking stupid. You haven't grown the land. You don't know what soil is. You haven't grown coffee. You don't have your family working the land and the US fracking your land. You know? So it's like, I don't hate her, for God's sakes. Like, she's a beautiful human being. I haven't.
And also, she suffered a lot, right?
So,
she suffered a lot under the.
She went herself.
She went through hell. She went through hell. And Clara Rojas.
Imagine this. Imagine a rich person.
Yep.
Dealing with the Taliban right now. Imagine a rich Australian chick dealing with the fucking Taliban and trying to make peace with them. She would die. They would be like, fuck you. They'll rape her, rape all her daughters, because that's what the Taliban do, and fucking kill all of them. And that's it. And period. And then she would be a hero in Australian history. And God bless her soul. So what I'm trying to say, sorry, I become very passionate when I talk about
Thank you very much for offering your insights. I really appreciate it. You know,
this one is like smoking 3 cigarettes already. Anyway,
go for it. Go for it.
It's very interesting. So I mean, I haven't read any of her books. I don't need to read it because I've lived through it. You know, I've lived through so much in my life, and Colombia is one small percentage of my life. I left Colombia when I was 11. And I'm going to open myself to everybody here. I was almost raped in Japan by a Nigerian guy who was a refugee in Japan. And I had to take the kitchen knife against him. And I said, listen, I work for the diplomacy. You take me to this train station or I'm going to fucking cut your penis and your balls. I'm Colombian. I have contacts. And I will send your penis and your balls to your children in Nigeria.
Oh my God! Okay, can I just say the most passionate thank
Sometimes
you
hardcore
to
has
Sarah
to
and Maria
happen.
right now. That whole thing was beautiful. I'm also going to add AIDS is going to join, which will be the 10th. So AIDS chaos, as you can see, but it's a beautiful chaos.
Hello,
Where are you going?
Hey,
Where you need to
AZ.
stay?
Oh my God.
Get another drink. It's Friday night.
I had a thing.
We're in
What's your
lockdown.
thing, AZ?
Thing's done now, and I'm here. And I'm glad to be here. And I'm the first thing that I heard when I jumped in was, I'm going to cut your penis and balls off and mail them to your children. And I had asked you, Angry, not to tell anyone about that.
Yeah. No.
I thought that was just between you and me. I thought, we were just going to, I thought we were just going to keep
Who's
that
this?
secret.
Oh,
Hang on. Does that imply you've got children, AZ?
No, I haven't got
No, it implies AZ's got like people's dicks and balls in bags stored in a deep freeze somewhere in his house, but
Yeah, you got to be finding deep because if they thaw out in the fucking in the envelope, the fucking mail won't take them through.
No.
But the mail goes, no, I'm not putting that because it drips down into the brown paper.
It's a 2 Ziploc bag. It's thing.
Yeah. So I'm just going to, AZ, just so you know, so like Nettie's invited some new friends tonight, Sarah and Maria and Luciano. And this is the first time we've had 10 people on the stream for a while. So it's fun and it's glorious and it's chaos. But we'll work with it.
Yeah, and I feel so, listen, I'm gonna, sorry, I cut in. Nice to meet you, Alzi. What you heard was from my lips, actually. So I'm sorry that you had to hear that. But, I feel like listen, I'm only 30 years old, but I've traveled the world. I've met so many people that I have like a sixth sense, and I believe I'm not the only one that you talk to someone for like 10 seconds and you're like, oh my gosh, this person has been through this. I like it, or this person's a bitch, get out of my life, and that's it. And that's how you filter people. So I've already filtered all of you, and I think I feel safe. And I feel very safe when Sarah asked me and when she put up the book, and then when all of you were like, it's okay, you can talk, and that hearing you guys making jokes about it makes me feel like I'm in a safe spot, and I don't care. Even if I was in a danger spot, like I probably scare the people if they heard all of this. It's like
that's the kind of environment we try and create here.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's beautiful because it's a safe environment. And it's full of diversity. And that's what the world needs to understand, that we're all the same, even though we're different, even though we are diverse. We're all the same.
We all bleed the same color.
Where are you going?
The only thing that's sort of is that Andrew has those flashing lights to set off my epilepsy. And he thinks it's funny. And we all do think it's funny as I'm doing the shaky, shaky dance. But, every now and again when I look at Andrew, I see the flashing lights and go, oh, I'm about to...
Well, we don't know. You're about to what?
We do try.
I think it was Loriander that said, "Why do you have the Christmas lights? You're not a teenage girl." And I'm like, "You don't know me. You don't know me. I might be a teenage girl." It's just like,
well, you know what?
He is a teenage girl that's had a very fucking hard life. I've seen the truck stops that he frequents, and I tell you what, some of those truckies with their can of fucking chili and their condom, it's not. Buy a flashlight. I tell you, Andrew works hard for his money. He works hard for his money. Respect him for that. I flashed my lights a few times and he said, no, your checks have bounced. It's just, I feel for him. I feel for him.
Yeah. Sorry, I think Safa has an insight for you, AZ. What were you saying, Safa?
A teenage girl from Dubbo with fairy lights for Christmas.
I'm a Christmas light guy. Sorry, Laura, you had your hand up like you wanted to say something too.
Yeah, AZ mentioned condoms. Yesterday, I saw someone deliver condoms because I was in the gay village in Manchester last night, and this weekend is Pride. And so I saw a guy delivering condoms, and it was like 5 boxes, but the boxes were like this big. You know?
Wow, that's
To what address?
for a fucking
My, they're having fun.
Yeah.
Isn't
It's
it a
nice.
pride
Sorry,
day today?
I feel like Maria is busting to say something. Maria?
Effectively,
Fucking dying.
effectively what it is, we've managed to try.
Initially, what I
I just want to finish off. Maria, just a sec, let me just finish.
Laura, you go first. Yeah.
The reason why this is happening is because, obviously to stop HIV and AIDS being spread around,
Yeah.
time where obviously there's going to be a lot of gay people getting together. They give away condoms. Basically, you just have a box, you just dig in and grab one. So,
Yeah.
that's why they've got so many.
So there's a big event coming on.
Yeah. So Maria, you've got something to share.
Yeah, I've got many things to share all the time. But listen, so initially what I was going to say was that I want to hear nobody's voice because I don't think I've heard it. And 2, what I was going to say is like feeding off what Laura said. It's just like, it's so funny, sex is fun. They say it's sex, food, and love. I don't know what it is. Sex, food, and pray or something. Prayer is like the best thing in life, and that's what I try to practice. But obviously, it's hard because you gotta protect yourself, your energy. You can't just let. In my case, I'm not homosexual. What am I? Heterosexual. So like I just that's the wine talking. Just kidding. No. So I just can't let any. I'm sorry. I'm very vulgar at the moment, but I don't let any dig up in there, because I charge my energy, I believe in crystals. I believe in God, I do all the things that I got to do to protect myself. Now, the condom thing, it's so funny, in Canada, as a refugee, you have access to all these things. And I lived in the ghetto. Like we lived in a ghetto. It was called the ghetto. After refugee camp, they moved you up to a ghetto. And it was like this whole neighborhood of like, being in the ghetto. So it was like all these Africans, few Colombians at the time, Indians, and just like Syrians, Palestinian. Like we were all like, we would exchange in the ghetto. Like my mom would buy the rice and then the Indian will trade in with the sugar. I don't know. It was just a mess, but it was a lovely community. And that's real multiculturalism. So that's why I love Canada, and I speak beautifully about my country because I feel Canadian and I am very Canadian in many aspects. Now with the condoms, going back to the condoms, so I remember being a teenager in high school and my friends, they were so fucking horny. I was like, man, what the fuck is that? Like I never, you won't believe it, but I haven't masturbated in my life. People don't believe it. I've had sex, of course I've matched sex with partners and I've had amazing lovemaking, but masturbating for me is like so sad. I can't keep up. So my friends were like, they were different, and they were like, you don't masturbate, you're weird, and they're like, let's,
you just need the right toys. Get a clit sucker. I recommend a clit sucker.
Abigail, you were gonna say something like that. Oh my goodness.
Or a Hitachi magic wand.
Unfortunately, that's the only fun that I have.
I'm so glad to have brought Maria and Luciano here.
The issue, no, Luciano is like having a smoke. He's like smoking all my cigarettes. Anyway, it's funny because for me, the issue is literally being by myself. Like I can't be by myself, and do things. I feel so weird. I feel embarrassed. I laugh and I'm like, oh my God, I can't do this. Like this is so weird. It's like I need company or something. I need at least someone in the camera watching me, or I don't know. It feels weird, and I've never even done it through camera.
Well, Maria, if I looked as gorgeous as you did, I probably wouldn't need to masturbate either.
I'll help you. I don't want to be the person who says I'll go out there and I'll help you with the whole masturbation thing, so you don't want to be alone. But honestly,
look, Angry, I believe.
No. I wasn't asking for help.
5 kilometer radius. I volunteer as
I'm not asking for help. I'm really good. I fuck when I need to fuck, and like the boyfriend that I have, he's like, he does Kama Sutra on me. He's from India. Is great. But going back to the condoms thing that I initially wanted to say was that my high school friends, they were like so horny, and they're like, the government gives us away condoms, and I'm like, I don't believe you. Get out of here. And then one day, we picked them up from the city. my friends who were like 16 years old, and then they have like this huge garbage bag, and I was like, and it was like Halloween time, and I'm like, oh my god, you guys go trick or treating? And they're like, yeah, we did to the government, and they show me the bag full of condoms, and they were all free.
They used to do that here. They used to do that
So
here.
I was like so shocked. I'm like, oh my god.
They used to
hand them out to first years.
And then the liberal government.
In the liberal
The
fucking
liberal government.
Up until 1996, they had free condoms pretty much everywhere. You could you could lift up a rock and there were some free condoms. Every time you went for a bushwalk, there were free condoms to mark your path.
I just want to raise a glass to sex toys. To my clit sucker in particular, because that thing has gotten me through some dark times.
I know I don't have a
What I can
webcam.
tell
but
you need a guy. You need a guy that's from India or a guy that's read the Kama Sutra, and you'll be sorted.
Gay. I don't need.
I don't care. But you need a girl. Or you need an Indian girl or somebody that's read the Kama Sutra, and they'll do things to your clit that no man-made machine can do to you.
I've been told the best. I've been told the best.
Cheers.
I've been told the best Kama Sutra is.
Cheers.
To the clit, love. To the clit, happiness.
I've been told that the best issue of the Kama Sutra is the pop-up edition.
The
look, I'm particularly fond of the scratch and smell edition.
Scratch and sniff.
Okay, going back to nobody. Nobody, can you please talk? I haven't heard your voice. Gosh.
Well, okay. Hi. Well, you were talking about this being a safe place before, and I think I can share something that will demonstrate to you just how safe and friendly this place is. A few weeks ago, a bit of background. I suffer generalized anxiety. I also suffer major depression. If you're familiar with the term dysphoria, now there's there's anyone who's transgender will definitely be familiar with the term dysphoria. So that would be, like for people who are trans, it's usually gender dysphoria. There is a general dysphoria. I read the symptoms of general dysphoria and I went, that's why I related with dysphoria so well. Now, one of the joys in my life is that when I get overstimulated mentally, my brain basically attacks me because it hates me. This thing on my head, it fucking hates me, and when it has the chance, it cripples me quite literally. A few weeks ago, it was on the Friday the 13th live stream of all fucking days. I had one of those moments where my brain actually crippled me.
Are you in Melbourne?
No, I'm in Queensland. I'm near Brisbane.
Which is annoying. Which is fucking annoying.
I know, because
Yes.
we would like to have nobody here with us so we could touch him.
Everyone wants to touch me.
Just the hair.
It's very inconvenient for people because I'm actually not a tactile person.
I want nobody to finish, please, guys. We're like cockroaches, no chickens. He hasn't said a thing.
There is a point.
Keep
going. Yes,
there is a point that I'm going to make. So the 13th, my brain crippled me. I got up from this chair I'm sitting on, took about 2 or 3 steps through the house, and I went down like a bundle of washing. My legs just went from under me. I had no strength left, and I just collapsed. And if that wasn't enough, I couldn't get back up again. And I could barely breathe. And it felt like somebody was inflating a large balloon in my chest while doing up straps around the outside. So I was in quite a lot of pain. And the thing that sucks the most about this is that there isn't a good reason. I mean, there's a few things on my mind that would trigger anxiety for anyone, but generally speaking, there wasn't a good reason to be crippled to this extent.
Chemical anxiety sucks shit.
I fired off a message onto this live stream, which I can tell you was extremely difficult because this is my phone. My hands were shaking so violently. Not only would I have trouble actually pressing the buttons I needed to on my phone, I had trouble actually handling the phone. But I did manage to fire off a message, and I told the people in this live stream what happened to me. The live stream ground to a complete and total halt as people started scrambling to see what they could do to help this nobody from Queensland. So, you were talking about how much love is in this room. It is immeasurable.
Yeah. I'm just really briefly, Johnny and Safa, I don't know how much you want to engage. Renegade Faith wants to join in on camera, so I don't know if Johnny or Safa, you're willing to dip out because we are at our limit of the number of people in the stream. And Maria, you had your hand up first. Maria, talk to us.
Well, first of all, thank you. What's your name, nobody? Come on, tell us something.
I keep that secret closely guarded.
Okay.
Nobody. His name.
Nobody knows what his name is.
It's
No,
all
some
right. It
people
doesn't
know
matter.
Everybody's
I'm gonna
name
call you
is
nobody. I don't
Saina.
care. So nobody. Thank you for sharing what you shared. I'm very familiar with the term, not because I suffered, but I have a lot of close ones that do not. It's not suffering. It's not. Life is suffering. That's what the Buddha said. Always remember that, right? I have a major in world religion, so I know a lot about Hinduism, all the religions actually. Now, I wanted to kill myself many times. I went through depression 3 times. I was misdiagnosed with bipolar type 2 for the past 10 years. You know how much I suffered? Just imagine it.
I can imagine.
Everybody suffers. Life is fucking dukkha. Dukkha is the word in Sanskrit for suffering. That's all you need to know. Friday the 13th of August, you were going through that. Me and Luciano, we got assaulted by 2 Sudanese refugees, motherfuckers, with a machete and a kitchen knife. It's all over the news here from Docklands. Just put Docklands machete on Google search. It's disgusting. But I'm alive and I'm thankful. And why am I talking like this? Because I like being emphatic and being very demanding when I talk about something serious for some reason and something that I care about and that I'm passionate about, because I have a reason and I justify everything. I don't care. You tell me, why do birds poop pink? I'll tell you why the fucking poop pink. Because they ate bubble gum. That's pink. It's like I have a reason for anything and everything. So if you have any question, ask me and I'll give you the answer. I don't care if you don't like my answer. I'll give you the answer of why you suffer anxiety. Because I've suffered anxiety too.
It just is.
It is what it is. And life, again, remember, it's suffering. Life is suffering. Life is a big question mark. You know what's a question mark? A question mark is a problem. And the way you answer that problem is your everyday morning attitude. Do you wake up on the left or the right foot? You know what I mean? So it's like, it's very interesting.
You can get a chemical
Sorry,
anxiety.
I'll let you talk.
Yeah, sometimes you can get a chemical anxiety that just happens. I also have a chemical anxiety that just happens. I went to this fabulous psychiatrist, and he's really good. And we went through every last possible fucking cause of anxiety in my life, and it took us like 6 months to hunt down every last little thing. And we finally went, oh shit, this is chemical anxiety. Drugs for you. And I went, sweet, because I'm deeply into drugs.
I wouldn't think that at all. No, no.
And
I think
what happens with me when there's 2 types of anxiety. There's environmental anxiety, which is shit that happens in your world, and you just go, okay, this is shit that's happening in my world, and I can deal with this in these ways. And then there's chemical anxiety, which just jumps out of nowhere for no reason. I have literally woken up in a panic attack, and you can't be in a panic attack when you're asleep. It's hard to do. I have been writing and had a panic attack, and I like writing because it's fun, because you use your imagination. You go, oh yeah, and then I'm going to get the bad guy to do this, and no one's going to know because they were the good guy, and now they're the bad guy, and everyone's going to think that it's going to be like, you know, the good guy. Hello, Faith. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, darlings.
Hello. I also, just for context, for everyone, we have new friends on the stream. We have long-term stream friends on the stream. Aidsy and I did the same course together, but outside of Aidsy, Faith is one of my oldest YouTube friends, and we have over the last 15 years hung out multiple times. I want to give you context. Renegade Faith is someone I have hung out with over the last 15 years for YouTube shit and whatnot. So
Shenanigans.
Welcome. Sorry, just throwing that there.
Thank you, Safa. You're so sweet.
And again, it was really sweet of Safa because he was just kind of hanging out and chatting, letting Abby you come in on the stream. I'm just throwing it out.
I owe you a drink.
Oh, he will come in because Safa lives in the country. I'm basically saying Maria just disappeared momentarily.
I'm here.
But also, I'm just saying when when restrictions are less restrictive, I'm thinking Aidsy, Renegade Faith, Abigail, Nettie, who else? Sarah and Maria and Luciana, and maybe a couple other people just meeting up and touching each other. I'm just saying.
I was going to say, orgy.
Some touching. Luciano is back. I haven't seen you for a while, brother. How you doing?
I had to go and pick some eggs from downstairs.
That's fair. That's fair. That is absolutely fair.
I've dug eggs before.
In reality, he's my slave, and he cannot escape from me. Ah!
Hope the chicken's okay.
Yeah, they're fresh eggs at this time of the night.
Oh my goodness, Luciano. This is fake.
Explain that these two are not a couple.
And again, yeah, Maria Luciani, not a couple of such friends and whatnot. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Laura, what are you trying to tell us, darling?
Yeah, I just thought, Angry, you might be interested in this new toy that I got yesterday. I bought myself a stream deck.
Oh, nice. Stream decks are good. Stream decks are good.
So I bought one yesterday.
Stream decks are expensive.
Sorry, what does that do?
So if you're doing live streaming, and I do so, having just buttons where you can just press a button to mute your mic, or I'm into model railways, and there are times when I'm sharing pictures, and so I can have a picture in the front screen and a picture on the right screen, and I've created two little icons in, it's the wrong side.
Is that from Amazon?
So I can literally just press a button and it will automatically go straight to that.
It's a USB device that plugs into your computer, and you can program what the buttons do, and you can program what the images look like.
So it's a bit like a vision switcher for your stream.
So I could buy one of them and project the eggs in here.
Fancy vision switcher.
Project what?
I'm just going to throw a thing in. I'm going to go here. Aidsy will know this. My lad, and Aidsy and I are hilarious because, Aidsy and I, he's known my offspring for the last 11 years. And 11 years ago, my lad was a little 10-year-old. Now he's Aidsy and I are the same height. We're 5'8", right? My lad is 6 foot tall. Okay, so it's really lucky. It's really lucky I've raised him well, because I could not possibly control a 6 foot 20-year-old if I hadn't raised him well. But he made some alcoholic jelly, and I think he must be asleep because he hasn't come back for a while. So I'm just gonna eat some alcoholic jelly while we're talking. Yeah.
He threatens me.
Oh my god, that was awful.
Oh, you know what's really good? Vodka gummy bears. You soak gummy bears in vodka, and they just like soak it all that vodka up.
They expand.
They expand, and then you just eat
That's
the gummy
why you
bears.
put strawberries at the bottom of your of your champagne to soak up the alcohol. So you drink, and
can buy. You can buy
an alcoholic strawberry, and then you're wee.
You can buy 1 kilogram gummy bears from certain websites.
Oh,
and
no.
you can put them in a dish and pour an entire bottle of vodka over them, and they will absorb the entire bottle of vodka. And then you just cut slices of gummy bear.
Okay.
Instead of doing shots of vodka, you cut slices of vodka gummy bear and eat them. Sorry, Laura, you seem to want to say
Yeah.
something.
Oh my God, there's something out there. So you know when you come across people that are assholes, you just say like, eat a bag of dicks. Well, a company made themselves jelly dicks. So basically you can buy a bag of dicks. And now we're talking. And now you just impose the idea of you just put them in vodka, and they will expand. The bag of dicks will expand. Which is what
I'll
dicks
get in there
really
ready, if you will.
So
I'm
I
kicking
get
myself.
why-
I didn't think of that idea of the bag of dicks that you could send to people.
Yeah. Luciano, you seem to want to say something as well.
No, I was just wondering because when I came to Australia, I saw so many gummies sold in the chemist. Now I get why everyone is happy because the alcoholic gummies.
Oh my God.
Who here as a high school kid used to
They
take
only buy
oranges
multivitamin, Your GP's advice to buy one of them. Oh my goodness, what are you doing, Maria? Chips on chips with warm and chips. Oh my goodness.
The best addition to the live stream. Oh my God.
Do you know what I'm talking about when I talk about a orange?
Of orange?
Yeah.
What's a orange, eh?
Okay, it's an orange that you inject vodka into.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yes,
It's
because
to take
when you go
orange
to like football matches, you're not allowed to take drinks in, but you're allowed to take food. So people will actually get a syringe and inject vodka into an orange and just go, I don't have any alcohol. I just have a couple of oranges I'm going to drink during. And they literally injected a couple of shots of vodka into oranges, and they slice it up and then just slurp it up and get fucking drunk during the football game.
This reminds me.
I don't know. Is that particularly Australian or is that particularly English? Because the English
No,
really
it's
do.
Melbourne. It's particularly Melbourne.
It was watermelon as well.
It's also
You're not allowed to take alcohol to footy games.
That reminds me of there's this urban myth that has been around in country Victorian towns for ages, and this guy, he wanted to sell some acid at a football game. So to get it in, he strapped it to his body underneath his t-shirt.
No.
Goes in, and it was a hot day, and he sweated, and then all these shots of acid went into his system in one go.
Yeah.
And he went completely insane. Ended up in a mental institution.
Yeah.
And apparently thinks that he's a glass of orange juice.
Yeah.
And he won't let anyone near him because they'll drink him and he'll die.
Yes.
And he will sleep. He sleeps standing up in a closet because if he lays down, he'll spill and he'll die.
Yeah.
He's gone the way of that dude from Pink Floyd.
But it's an urban myth. I have no idea if it's true or not. It's just
Look it up on Snopes.
Yeah.
The wonderful thing about urban myths is that it will tell you exactly where your ability to doubt lies. It will tell you exactly where.
But it's just got enough of like grain of truth that it could be real, you know?
Bloody
I don't think it would be a football game, though. Like, I reckon it would be like a nightclub or something.
We used to take these oranges to school, and
Sorry, AZ, I'm just going to throw in. I want you to finish your story, but your schools were way more fucked up than my schools. Please continue. Please continue.
I used to take these oranges to school because there's a couple of classes that I just couldn't fucking stand, and I used to like to go bond. And myself and my friend used to take these oranges, and we'd have like 6 oranges for little lunch. And we started getting fucking looks from the teachers, like, "Why are you eating 6 oranges at recess?"
Because you want your vitamin
Because we
C.
need the vitamin C. And they were going, Anyway,
We got a cold.
My friend said, "Hey, I've got a good idea. What I'll do is, instead of us eating 6 oranges, we'll get some THC resin and inject that into 1 or 2. And then that won't be
my
dodgy.
fucking God.
We'll eat that." So we said, "Yeah, sure. We'll try one of those and see what happens." And I'm not sure what happened for the rest of the day, but we did apparently go to all our classes.
Jesus.
We didn't hand in any homework or any work, and there was apparently a pop quiz that we didn't do.
Oh, Jesus. Okay,
I
no.
fell asleep in drama.
For-
I
for-
never
for-
fall asleep in drama. It was my best subject. I got the school medal for drama.
Nah.
This day I was asleep in drama.
For no reason, I started thinking of New Year's Eve. Okay, last New Year's Eve, I had Abigail and Nettie over here for the New Year's Eve stream. I'm thinking if we don't have restrictions for this coming New Year's Eve, if we could get Abigail and Nettie and AZ and Renegade Faith and anyone from your house, Faith, and maybe Marie and Luciano, maybe Sarah, maybe and just have just a
Take over the lounge room.
Fucked up debauched New Year's Eve. I'm just throwing it out.
I mean,
Did you just say maybe to us? How dare you say maybe to us?
Great
You
idea,
invited
Angry.
us first.
And
You are
I just
definitely
found this
invited,
out there
darlings.
too. You realise at my place there's a roof.
I've got the goth hair.
Garden.
Okay,
Sarah's doing her Robert Smith hair.
AZ literally.
I've got my
like a
hair is
rooftop.
just out of control. I don't know what to do.
Fabulous.
No.
It's
AZ
Robert
literally-
Smith's hair, that's why.
Sarah's hair fucking.
You're making me think of Roberto Smith.
I don't know what
Roberto
to do with
Smith.
it. I don't know what
Sarah's
to do with
hair
it. My
fucking
hair is
rocks.
it's genetic. It's like dreadlocks, just a merge.
Yeah.
I don't know who my grandfather is, but I reckon he had something. I don't know, but I get dreadlocks, right?
Yeah.
Natural.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You have Robert Smith's hair
What
naturally.
AZ was throwing out.
I know.
I think if a few of us invested in like inflatable mattresses, we could have them on the rooftop of AZ's apartment thing, which would have very good line of sight to fireworks if there were fireworks. I'm just saying we might all just have. Well, what did the furries call it? A cuddle puddle? We could have just a whole bunch of inflatable mattresses on the roof of AZ's apartment building for New Year's Eve. And
I like where you're going with this.
Yep. Also, Mrs. Angry has gone to bed, and if I raised this with Mrs. Angry, she would be going like, fuck.
Mrs.
you, I'm
Angry is
doing
not
that."
going to be happy about this scenario.
No, Mrs. Angry would be saying, "Fuck you, I'm not indulging in that shit." But I don't know. We could divide the rooftop on AZ's apartment building to people who want to do a cuddle puddle.
Sorry, guys,
and
we're actually leaving.
People who just want to fucking.
Nice to meet you.
And
Sorry.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for
Oh,
coming.
Maria, look down here saying good night. Thank you.
Let's do
Thank you
friends
for
on
all these
Facebook and
stories.
everything.
Live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper.
Can we have Lucky Dip oranges?
Yes,
Can-
lucky
can-
dip oranges.
hey,
we could,
can someone
we could
please-
inject various things into oranges. We could
I-
inject different things into oranges.
Angry.
See,
Can someone other than me please explain to Micro USB how being gay is like part of Wear It Purple Day?
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Because-
Where at Purple Day is
I wear
apparently...
purple.
Yeah,
I can wear
where-
purple.
I put
I
on a
forgot.
purple tie. for
Purple is
Wear It
one of my
Purple
favorite
Day.
colors.
Apparently, Wear It Purple is just about expressing support for our alphabet and rainbow friends. And I don't know. I'm drinking water because I'm fucked up. I don't know.
Oh, come on. That's not the spirit of the evening.
So I need to draw everyone's attention to something that may be an
We're in
issue.
lockdown. Get a drink.
All right.
So I need to draw.
Just tell Mrs. Whatever Angry
Yeah, Laura,
that you're
go.
bloody, you
Go,
know,
Laura. Get in there.
you know, we're all in a mess at the moment.
I
in
know.
terms of
Mr. Angry's going to. Okay. I'm
social
okay.
and economic context,
You
right?
want to drink, Sarah? I'm going to make the current favorite drink for both myself and Mrs. Angry, which is called the Woodson and Ford, which is
Wonderful.
like the best fucking cocktail ever. The rest of you,
Now you're talking,
continue with
all right?
conversation
Okay, I
while
don't want to hear any more of this, you know, pussyfooting around, like
Yes.
I'm out of here, you know, I'm tired. I mean, for God's sakes, you know, we're in a desperate situation, politically, economically, socially. We need to hang in, we need to stick together, and we need to keep
to stick
drinking.
together
For
and drink
God's
together.
sake.
I'll drink to
And
that.
I've got my London Coke because I'm from Reservoir, so
I've
I
got
can do the low level.
expensive whiskey and
All right.
Coke.
So
There you go.
Can I say?
we're all in this together, you know.
Sarah,
Can I say?
now this is
Can I
serious.
say?
What?
I have a deep.
I need that. I need my birthday present because I'm running out of gin.
Oh no!
What?
Running out of gin is
That is
bad.
very
You're
serious.
kidding me.
I'm running out of gin.
This is
So I
a
need my
Sounds
birthday
like an
present.
emergency.
Do they do emergency Dan Murphy's bottle shop deliveries at this hour?
I think Jimmy.
What the hell?
do.
What the
They
hell?
do.
Bring them as a matter of urgency. Bring them.
I think,
A matter of urgency.
I think Jimmy.
Dan,
This
you're a
is a
vital
crisis.
service, Dan.
Steve
Right? We're on war footing.
I'm running that with the premier.
Ring Dan Murphy's right now.
Hang on. Hang
I
on.
don't know.
It's kind of like, it's
I don't
Dan
ring
Murphy,
people
are
if
you
I
a
do
real
voice.
person? Are you a real person, Dan Murphy? Can I tell you how much I need you, Dan Murphy? I need you to come to my house right now, Dan Murphy. I need you. I need you. You're a very special person, Dan Murphy.
Things have gotten very weird on this
Oh,
one.
I love it.
Oh,
brings.
yes.
Oh, look at that.
Jimmy Brings.
Oh, we like
An
that.
Australian legend.
Oh,
Yeah.
we like
Jimmy
that.
Brings number.
Mm.
So anyway, I wanted to draw people's attention. So when Angry, you were talking about having this thing at ADZ's place and all these other things, and I'm looking at ADZ, and he's kind of like slowly nodding with a kind of look in his eye that makes me think bad things might happen.
There's a good chance of that.
Isn't that a good thing? That's a good
Of
thing.
course, it's a good
Isn't
thing.
it?
Yeah, no, bad things will happen.
Bad thing. He's saying that bad things
I mean,
will happen.
That's why you do it at Daisy's place.
I thought we all knew.
That's why we're going.
I thought we all knew wherever AD is, bad things
Big
may
motor,
happen.
sleeping bag, and kind of bad attitude.
That's the whole idea of doing it at 80s.
So try and get on the App Store and get yourself some Jimmy Bring, Sarah. Jim will come to you.
Jimmy Briggs. Okay, no worries. Locked in. I'm going to do it.
Jimmy
I'm
does
gonna do
bring
it.
an awful lot of Dan's stuff to me.
Okay.
Jimmy does.
Locked in.
Locked in, Eddie.
Adsy, I'm there.
It might, however.
Where's my fucking cat? Come on here. Stop being weird. Come on. Sorry, talking to my cat.
Did anyone see the marvelous reveal of the Tesla bot earlier this week?
Yes, wasn't that just
Yeah.
someone in a fucking Zen?
It was just someone in a
Not
jumpsuit.
again.
Yeah, it's completely stupid. So it's basically Elon Musk talking out of his ass again and promising the world that he cannot deliver. So it's basically this bipedal robot that has fully working hands and everything in the CGI render that they had going on. But then they had a guy come out in basically a cosplay of the robot and did this whole dance routine to try and trick everyone. It's like, hey, this is the robot, but obviously it wasn't.
Yeah.
And you have Boston Dynamics that have got the world's most advanced bipedal robot who've been working on it for 10 plus years.
Yeah.
Or however long it is. And they're nowhere near the advanced thing that this Tesla bot is going to be. And apparently this is meant to be released in a couple of years.
I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God, if I had Elon Musk and a baseball bat.
You basically
Why do you
saying
say
that
that?
Musk
Nobody.
would
Because I wrote my PhD on the car industry, and I interviewed a lot of these people, not Elon Musk, but a lot of that. So why do you say that?
Sorry?
Just sound interested. Yeah. Just sound
What do I say? What? Sorry?
What did I say?
Oh, that you fucking hate him and.
Oh, I didn't say it.
Oh, is that angry? Why does angry hate him?
Adsy, what can you just? I mean, what I'm trying to say is, I know that it's supposed to be all fun and light here and all the rest of it, but I am an academic.
Okay,
I focus in on the current.
You're asking
Adsy.
who hates Elon.
Laura, can you turn off your microphone?
Angry, would you please expound upon why you and Elon won't get on?
All right. Okay. So Elon is the fucking child of apartheid emerald mine.
Yes.
Fucking proponents. And it's just kind of, I think I could.
How long do you have?
I think I could get Elon to be a more responsible person if I had him alone in a room with me and a baseball bat. I'm just saying I could make him a better person if it was me and him alone in a room with a baseball bat where I could get his fucking libertarian bullshit beaten the fuck out of him.
Okay.
And
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. I think Elon might respond to my gentle, tender ministrations with a baseball bat and his stupid fucking South African head. I'm just saying.
I have no opinion about him. I mean, I've read all the books around, the kind of the Silicon Valley you know, and his Harvard education. And I mean, I wrote my whole PhD on this issue about how, like, my PhD was basically looking at Eastern Europe and how Eastern Europe have kind of been become the backyard of Europe, you know, in terms of innovation, and all of the great innovations have occurred in Silicon Valley. Well, there's no mistake about that. And, you know, Mariana Mazzucato has written a lot about that around, you know, Elon Musk was a complete fake, right? He was just like the Facebook empire, you know, just all these young idiots from, you know, like, you know, kind of young Harvard graduates who kind of went into this kind of young precinct and stole ideas, essentially stole ideas, you know.
Yeah,
from,
he didn't even start Tesla.
Anyway.
He bought it off his money that he made from PayPal. And the only patent that he actually has that his name is on, he designed the connection port for the Tesla of the current Tesla cars. That's the only thing he's actually done for the Tesla cars, and all the rest of it is him talking out of his ass, and sucking people into giving him money.
Yeah, and it's a pyramid scheme.
Agreed.
Bullshit.
Agreed.
And again, Sarah, I would absolutely defer to the research you've done for your
Thank you.
study. So rather than me sort of jumping up and saying, "Oh, I think I would absolutely defer to the research you've done for your various academic work on.
Oh no, don't. I'm just crapping on, but I mean, I'm just saying that, you know, we're all having a social chat. Sorry, I always get it back onto serious. I should be more.
Your point of view is valid and important. That's what Angry's saying.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, I can't help it. I mean, it's really hard, as you know, when you're an academic, it's really hard not to be. I try to move into superficial mode, but I can't, you know, in some ways, because I don't think we've got a lot. I'm 48 and I don't feel I've got a lot left. You know, I feel like we've got so many challenges with this planet, and I am trying my best. You know, like I've dedicated my life really to political activism and research, and you know, I spent 7 years in a fucking library writing about the car industry because I was a union official. I was a union official for 10 years. You know, I was a union official for 10 years working on the coalface, and I spoke to workers, and they said, you know, for God's sakes, we need an industry policy strategy. So I went to Europe, and I actually tried to look at that issue, and I interviewed executives from the automotive sector across Europe. I haven't looked terribly at America, but I mean, I just love you and Angry, Adzi, you and Angry's position, you know, actually on Elon, whatever his name is, Musk. Yeah, I couldn't give a shit what his name is. I totally agree. I mean, I've read the critique, and I think, you know, the problem is the innovation lies within this small Silicon Valley kind of innovation cluster. And they have stolen, you know, as you just pointed out, Angry, the ideas, you know, he started off with PayPal, and then he just kind of progressed within this little cluster around Silicon Valley. My uncle actually worked in that cluster, and we had a big chat about it before he died, because he was a big executive with IBM, and he worked within the same kind of context, and he very much encouraged me to write a PhD on this topic to describe that kind of, you know, divide, you know what I mean, that's happening globally around, you know. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I do want to raise something really important here. And that is, so for any lawyers who happen to watch this video in the future, if Elon Musk ends up having some serious damage that seems to be caused by a baseball bat, the chances are that it wasn't Angry Aussie at all. He was just someone who was saying these things while being drunk, and that does have an element, you know.
So Angry Aussie is a comedian, and nothing he is to say is to be taken seriously outside
Exactly.
of the
Yes.
people who
Yes.
might do things, who
And-
might do things, who might do things. The other thing, Sarah, would it amaze you to
Yep.
find that between a third and a quarter of Hollywood movies are in fact rip-offs of European and Asian movies?
Oh yeah.
Would it blow
Yep.
your mind?
Yep.
Well, did you know, for example,
elaborate.
Reservoir
Elaborate.
was a copy of a movie done 4 years earlier by Chow Yun-fat?
No. Yeah.
Sorry. Fuck you and your highbrow thinking fucking
Sorry.
shit. I just made my all-time favorite cocktail, the Woodson and Ford, and I'm just taking a sip.
Sorry,
This
I
is
can't
the
help
pinnacle-
myself. I'm
this
so
is the
political. I'm
of
so
human
political. I can't help myself.
Sarah doesn't know how to stop.
Annette knows me too well. I
know. Again,
I can't. I don't do turn off on politics. You know.
No,
I don't.
Sarah, you and me, same fucking page. You and me, same fucking page.
Thank you, Angry, for giving me.
Also, and I'm just I'm throwing politics out the window momentarily. The Woodson and Ford is the best fucking cocktail ever. And
Beautiful. Here's to cocktails.
And what are you thinking, babe?
That looks beautiful, Angry.
okay,
What's
so
in it? What's in it?
I'm just throwing out there the Woodson and Ford. The Woodson and Ford, okay, which is named after a cocktail bar that doesn't exist anymore, which was called the Woodson and Ford. It's 1 ounce or 30 mils of apple brandy, 1 ounce or 30 mils of rum, 3/4 ounce sweet vermouth, 1/4 ounce Benedictine, dash of bitters. Best cocktail ever. Brock! Brock is joining us. Hello, Brock.
Hello, Brock.
Greetings and salutations.
I'm glad I'm not the only one smoking.
Through the mist.
You're like a true fucking champion, mate. And
Champion.
I can only join you, sir.
Speaking of cocktails,
He's having a sticky too.
hey,
Or something else.
speaking of cocktails, yesterday I had pina colada number 3 and 4. Sorry, 4 and 5 rather. And this time
I believe
it
Arthur has a question for you.
it was pretty good. So the first one or ones that I had was at the place I went to yesterday, and so it was like too much ice and not, it was like that amount of pina colada and that amount of ice, and it just felt swindled, And then I tried a different place about a month and a half ago, and that was just like way too strong. I had to, get a second glass of, excuse the ambulance going by. I had to get a second glass of pineapple juice, and that's after they kind of put more coconut oil juice in there. But this time, I just had a small amount of ice, and I said, I just want a little bit of ice. And next thing you know, I've got that much fluid and that much ice, which is just nice. So, yeah, I had 2 because if you buy 1, it's £8, but 2 is 12. So I enjoyed them a lot.
Sarah, you look like you want to say something.
No, I was just endorsing.
No, she's just fucking with her hair like she often does.
Okay.
I know, I can't, because my bloody hair is bloody, like, I've got this problem with my hair with dreadlocks. Anyway,
Actually has Robert Smith's
do anything
hair,
about it.
and she completely missed the whole goth thing. Can you believe it? I mean, every single goth from
believe it.
1985 onwards would have given their right arm or their right leg.
I just
for
wish I
hair
didn't have
like
dreadlocks.
Sarah's.
I just wish I didn't have
She missed
dreadlocks. I've got natural dreadlocks, and they just happen, right? Anyway, and then everyone stereotypes you. Oh, you're a bit, this or that.
Oh my God.
But I'm like, I can't even bloody control it. I've tried everything.
Were you the one
Anyway.
holding the sign outside my shopping centre? Is you brush my teeth. And I had to give you a test, but you didn't want to know, and you were disgusting. And I tell you, you people should get a fucking job and fucking start bloody begging and fucking taking your drugs.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
Auntie.
Absolutely, Auntie. 2 thumbs up.
I'm going away.
Where are you going, Auntie? No, you're not going anywhere.
He's falling off his chair.
I'm not
Who
going
knows?
anywhere. I'm just going here.
Have you got to get a drink? Get a drink and come back, for God's sakes. We're all in this together. Lockdown's a nightmare. Lockdown's a nightmare. All right? All right, we're all in this
Lockdown
together.
is a nightmare.
And most of us are in, not all of us, but most of us are in Melbourne, and I think we're all
Now,
fucked in
I
the
want
head.
to put a controversial
I think
position.
you're getting
as I
a
do.
little bit
Yes,
nuts.
no. Sorry,
I'm
I
gonna
want
put a
Sarah to take a controversial position.
I'm going to take I'm going to take over from Angry Aussie as a de facto moderator and put a controversial position, right? I do feel that Daniel Andrews needs to fuck off, and at this point, we need to end the lockdown at some point. Once we get to, I really don't like on Facebook. I mean, look, everyone can have a go at me. I'm really getting annoyed about this whole thing about, I've got a lot of friends in England and I talk to them often and they say, we got to 80% because we had a mass-based community vaccination strategy. And now we're kind of out of it. Then we're now having our boosters. Now we've accepted that we have to live with this disease, in a way. What do people think? What do people think? I mean, I know Melbourne's gone quiet.
I've talked to medical professionals about this.
Yep.
And they tell me that Australia, because of bad administration from the top, and we're talking federal government, we will be fucking lucky to get to 50% immunisation.
Yep.
And with 50% immunisation, we will
Well, I hope
lose
that's not true.
something between an eighth and a quarter of our population.
Oh,
because
no,
what's
okay,
going to happen?
okay. No.
Disease is going to mutate again and again and again, and get nastier and nastier.
Yep.
And
From what
these
I
medical
hear,
professionals have told me that we will be lucky to get out with a world mortality rate of less than an eighth.
Yep.
From what I've heard,
Thanks, Adzi. That's good. That's good. Yeah.
From what I've heard from via Dr. Osterholm's podcasts is that the Delta variant is so contagious that even really harsh lockdowns, and Australia is considered one of the harshest, next to only China and New Zealand. But we do have that whole island. We have that whole island advantage, which England should have taken advantage of, but didn't. But yeah, we're sort of in this. We're in this. Oh, what's a good word for it? It's like we're a buoy on the ocean. And we're isolated from all the others, and yet we are still being thrown about by the waves of coronavirus. So we get various variations of it, but the Delta virus is so very contagious, and this was predictable. That even with our very strict lockdowns and our very strict measures, we probably can't keep it away. We probably can't have the same success we had by the end of last year.
The
this
thing that's
which is really
terrifying,
sad.
really bad, is that our particular premier, right, in Victoria, right, has said actually publicly a few days ago, said publicly in after questions, not like this is what's happening with the disease. In after questions, they said, "Look, are you worried about being re-elected?" And he said, "I don't give a shit about being re-elected. I'm just trying to keep everyone alive." Right? And he just said that out loud. He's lost something like 40, 50 kilos, this guy, right? Because he's scared shitless, because the doctors tell him stuff that we don't hear. And I have heard a whisper from a bird, because I tend to, that there's 2 more variants that they're keeping under wraps because they haven't tested them properly, that are scarier than D. And they're trying to keep them out of Australia. But if someone whose initials are Gladys Berejiklian keeps fucking around, it's going to hit the rest of the country, and we're fucked.
Way to go, koala killer.
Yeah, go koala burner. I wear a mask. I'm vaccinated now, so I'm pretty sweet. But I wear a mask so that if I'm carrying anything, I won't fucking hurt anyone. But I see people wandering around without their mask on because, they're fucking cool and Greek and they're fine. And because I live in Northcote, you see. And I go, guys, you're just not taking this seriously. It's now hurting young people. Bragg, what are you vaping? What's your flavour?
Bragg's talking, but no sound is coming out.
Yeah, I can't hear him, good man.
Yeah.
Have you
I also wanted to geek out over.
Oh, I have. I have actually.
That's better.
Yeah, it's better.
My mic was turned off. I had an injection to what you said before because, the thing is, there is no possibility of keeping any of these viruses out of your country because every country in this world is still reliant on foreign trade. So the way that a virus actually can
globalization is bullshit.
But you're still reliant on it. So you do need foreign shipment, and the way the virus probably travels is through these cargo ships. There is a very, very small percentage of all humans that cannot get affected by virus diseases. They can carry it, but they don't get an outbreak of it. So the way that they would come over is for foreign shipment, through ships or through airplanes or whatever. And there's a lot of that going on.
That's
so
right.
It's an impossibility. So
if you can't, someone who's not symptomatic and basically has no reason to test, basically has no reason to be stopped at the border. Therefore, they roll around the community, and 6 people get sick. And what's happening here in Victoria is we have these little QR codes everywhere, right? And you
have them in Queensland too.
Wherever you go, you zap onto these QR codes, and it traces where you've been. And basically,
that's kind of fucked up.
People don't fucking do it. They just wander through and don't fucking bother. So if there's an outbreak, they can't find everybody that was there, and basically these crystalline branches of disease. At the moment, there's 2 clusters we're chasing down, and what's happening is patient 0, patient 1, 2, 3 haven't been checking in. So these clusters are starting up all over the place, but we don't know who they are, and so we can't stop it. And you know, we're not like koala killer country where basically their numbers are just going through the roof. But you know, we nearly had it beaten. We nearly had it won, and now, fuck, it's got away again.
Can I just ask who's making the satanic sounds in the background?
That's Brock. I did a series of checking on people, and it was Brock's microphone that was causing the satanic noises.
Can I just apologise? I didn't realise I had a voice thing going on. So I was just talking normal, and I was making these weird noises. I didn't even know I was doing.
I wasn't sure if you had a bit of. I wasn't sure if you had faulty equipment or something.
Oh, so with the Stream Deck thing, there's a voice modulator you can get as well as an add-on. And I went and downloaded it, but I didn't realise that it automatically put it on when I joined.
Oh, that's fun.
So, yeah, so it has the ability to do all sorts of weird noises, and here I am talking normally as if I would talk to everybody every other time, and here I've been using a robot voice for like 2 hours or whatever it is. You know, didn't even know it.
Well, that's the funny thing, because you can't hear what your mic is broadcasting.
Right.
Yeah, I love the I love the Stream Deck. I actually have two of them. Like, there's one and there's the second one. I use them for Photoshop.
I do have something else to say.
I love the Photoshop shortcuts.
Yeah, I do have something to say regarding the COVID and vaccines and government, you know, doing stuff. We've been somewhat fortunate in the UK that, you know, and it kind of galls me to say this because I hate the Conservatives. They're just slime most of the time.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
but I mean, I understand what you're saying.
100%.
Yeah. So what has happened in the UK? We've been blessed by the fact that we created a vaccine in this country, which meant we were able to control everybody getting it and not have to worry about buying it from other countries.
So did we, and we fucking sold it.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. Secondly, there was. The government has done a really good job of not getting into, you know, not interfering too much.
Oh,
you know, they
I
let the
disagree
NHS.
with that.
Yeah,
you guys have done so well.
Yeah, they basically the government allowed the NHS to do what it does best,
Correct.
and that does medical stuff.
Yeah.
And government not poking their fingers and making them do it in a certain way has helped. The only negative thing has been the way that the government have done lockdowns and things like that. So, you know, rather than have a localized lockdown issue where you've got certain parts of the country where you've got like big jumps, well, because most of the country hasn't had those big jumps, it means that they just sort of opened up early, which meant that certain parts of the country that just did have high infection rates got worse because of it. Because they allow people to go and do stuff, you know.
Can I just jump?
And then
in on
I just got one last thing.
Yeah,
I really am interested in this.
And the other part,
The British experience is amazing.
yeah,
Mm.
and but the other part is that we have had a bit of a political problem as regards to when it came to PPE and things of that nature.
Yeah.
And it's been interesting to see how friends of politicians in power have managed to get contracts even when they had no experience in it.
Yeah.
And then finally, we've also had a problem in the, massive problem in the UK where we're having food shortages and stuff like that because we've had a global chain that has suddenly started to work again.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, we had Brexit. And so now that we've got loads of people trying to deliver food and stuff like that, but most of them...
don't get me started.
But the foreign, the EU foreign lorry drivers, they went away, they went home, and only like a smaller percentage has come back. It's been like that 20% or something that came back, which meant we don't have enough people to deliver groceries and food and medicines and all sorts of other things. So it's created a real sort of blockage. For
Actually, I think that's really good. Like with the Brexit stuff, I hope every fucking country in the EU goes out of the EU. I hope we destroy that fucking thing now.
I think that Brexit was a fucking stupid idea for Britain, because Britain had a chance after they paid off the Americans in 2000 to finally make some money, because Britain has technological and industrial base that no one else has. They finally had a chance to make some fucking cash, and then they blew it. Also, Britain has always had no food security since World War One, and the idea that you'd cut your balls off to spite your nose is ridiculous. The thing about Australia and lockdowns is that we are a massive country. We're huge. And we have a very little population. So if you want to go and see anyone, you've got to go interstate. So what you've got to do if you lock down is you've got to lock down massive areas to get small amounts of people. So Melbourne is a city of 6 million people. Sydney is a city of 8 million people, probably 9. The rest of the country is 24 million people. So it's basically
Bendigo, 100,000, yay!
So if you're going to lock down places, you've got to lock down huge areas, and so those lockdowns seem like they're overkill, but they're not. They're actually small amounts of the population. And what they did well was they organised food distribution very, very well early on. They logistically did all of the things that Dan Andrews did early on. And then they criticised the shit out of him for it. And then when Gladys Koala-Killer did it, they said, oh, she's a genius. Basically, what happened, the first thing that happened in Melbourne when we had our first lockdown was Channel 7 News said, oh, you might want to stock up on things that are important, like toilet paper. And the very next thing that happened was everyone freaked out and they panic bought toilet paper. You couldn't get fucking toilet paper for love or gold. And it was the most ridiculous thing in the world. All the toilet paper companies said, we've got a shitload. It's okay. The only thing we haven't got is trucks to get it to you.
Yeah.
And they got it to us, right? And it got to the point where if you were old or sick, which I was one of them, and sick, not old. I'm 21. Basically, you were to come in and you were allowed to take 3 rolls with you early in the morning. 8 o'clock in the morning was only you. And so you could take your 3 rolls. And it took 3 weeks, but the toilet paper came back. And every time they've locked down, they've actually stocked 2 rows in all the supermarkets of toilet paper going, look, there is so much, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But these fucking media outlets have been pushing how bad everything is and not pushing the actual problems, right? We just recently had a march for freedom against masks. And there were like 85 people there and they said, oh, 200 people turned up. Bullshit. There were maybe 85 people there. They were all anti-vaxxer idiots. I went to my methadone clinic to get my drugs, to get them prescribed. And my urinary testing nurse is an anti-vaxxer.
Oh, my God.
And then I went to my doctor and said, oh, you know, You know, I got vaccinated, and he said, "Oh, well, that won't help you." And I'm going, "How? How won't that help me?" And he said, "Oh, well, you know, vaccination is only as good as the vaccination." I'm going, "Well, it's rated up to strain D. Well, you know, there's going to be lots of more mutations than that. And, you know, we're not going to see the end of this for 5 or 6 years." And I'm going, "Yes, but I'm not going to die."
Yeah, correct.
In the short term, it's one of those important things, isn't it? In the
Exactly.
short term, not being dead is a good thing.
Well, I find.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Laura. Yes.
Yeah.
And I find not being dead is better than being dead. Every time.
Correct. Correct.
Time. You know,
Every time that you've been
You shouldn't even have to
dead,
say it, but it's true, you know.
and if anyone should be able to
Absolutely
speak on that
true.
subject of being dead, it is AIDSy.
Yeah, AIDS is kind of an expert in these matters. Can I say on the subject of
Did I
locking
go to
down?
bed?
There's a lot
Aren't
of
we all
people.
experts on not being dead, though?
Laura.
Yeah. No, I just wondered if as angry
Oh, sorry,
dead
being
because the
dead,
lights
Abigail.
are off, nobody's
Oh,
home.
No, he's coming back. He'll be back.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
He's
On the
probably
subject
going-
of lockdown,
He was going
I
to
have a-
leave, but he's coming back.
I have a
because
picture
said
here
to
now.
him he
I
can't
won't
leave.
expect you to read this. I'll read it out to you. This is a newspaper clipping from 1918, I think it was.
The old Spanish
19th
flu.
of October 1918. Notice is hereby given that in order to prevent the spread of Spanish influenza, all schools, public and private churches, theatre, moving picture halls, pool rooms, don't turn my fucking screen off, and other places of amusement and lodge meetings are to be closed until further notice. All public gatherings consisting of 10 or more are prohibited. So lockdowns, not
Everything
new.
changes and everything stays the same.
So lockdowns are not new. I just thought I'd share that with you.
And you know what they
Just
say?
briefly,
They
Sarah,
say
you were talking about your
Spanish
hair before.
influenza was in
Oh!
fact at the start of the First World War.
I can't do anything about it. I've tried everything.
No, you shouldn't.
Look at it.
Beautiful.
It's a mess.
No, but it's unique.
Oh.
You know, each person has their own look, and it doesn't have to be bad.
Oh, thank you very much, nobody.
I actually,
I would like to wake up one morning lying on that hair. Possibly drooling.
Oh, that makes me feel a lot better about my life. Thank you.
You are
Dr.
very
Abigail,
welcome,
are you
Sarah.
pissed or
There is
drunk?
nothing wrong with your appearance. You are a beautiful woman. Don't let anyone
Oh.
tell you otherwise.
Sarah,
Oh,
you are
thank you.
gorgeous. You are gorgeous. You do know that, don't you?
Me?
Yes.
Well, no, I don't. Yeah.
You look familiar.
Well, you
I
should
feel
know.
like you look like someone who's been on television.
And
Oh,
think about the
you know what?
time
It's
you'll
funny.
say-
My son.
think about
Thank
the
you
time
very
you'll
much.
Look in the mirror and go, I look okay today. Rather
Oh,
than go,
Adsy, that's
I look
really
like
nice
shit,
of
I
you.
look like this, I look like this, I look like that. Think about the time you'll save by going, I look okay today, and just fucking get on with your day.
Oh, look,
because
it's funny,
there are people
Adsy.
around here who are very discerning. Are we not discerning, Angry Bunch?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's
Mm.
lovely. Thank you so
And Sarah,
much.
the
That
comment
makes-
stream, the comment stream
I
agrees
just
with us.
look at my hair and I go, oh my God, I've got a problem. You know what I mean?
It's not a problem. It's amazing.
Look at it.
It makes you an individual, and it's lovely.
I
Thank
know how
you.
you feel. I'm thin on
Thank you
top.
very
My
much,
hair-
Adsy. Thank you very
Laura,
much.
you are beautiful as well, so don't you worry
Yeah,
about that.
my hair is so frizzy, and obviously thin on top. So
I feel really superficial.
not the only one that has a sort of bad hair day. Every day.
If it wasn't for the mountains of conditioner, this
Well-
hair wouldn't behave. So
Funny. It's funny. You think, oh, should I
This-
cut it?
this,
Should I cut it off? But anyway, doesn't matter.
I
Anyway.
used to
Big battle.
hate my hair when I was a
Yep.
young fella. So I've got curly hair. So I used to I used to get a buzz cut when I was young, and then I know when I was in about year 10, I started to grow it out a bit. I went to a school that had quite very strict uniform rules and stuff. So I was not allowed to have long hair, and then pretty much as soon as I got out of school, I started to grow it, and I managed to get hair maybe as long as Nobody. So think of Nobody's hair that it's curly.
He's got nice hair.
Yeah, he does.
Nobody.
I had hair like that.
Nobody has lovely hair.
My arm is fully extended.
He
Then,
does.
There you go.
It
It's quite a lot.
started. The long hair started to annoy me, so I have shorter hair now.
Oh, yeah. It can be very impractical. I was today. I was out helping someone prune some trees. In that sort of instance, the hair becomes basically a trap for all the wood chips that fly off the chainsaw. Fortunately, I have a shower, shampoo, and conditioner. So, it's all good.
The wonders of modern life.
I know, it's very convenient. I can be I can be a bit of a fop sometimes when it comes to the hair. I don't know if fop's really the right word, but you get what I'm saying.
My old man used to be a plumber, and he used to take
Man
on
bun's not happening, Mega Leech.
apprentices and he used to take on plumbers. And one apprentice he took on had hair even longer than Nobody's. And there was a guy
I don't hold the
on
record.
the job site we were on, and he was a Jamaican guy, and everyone called him Rasta. And so my old man went Rasta, Rasta, and he's like, "Yeah, man, what do you want, George? What do you need?" And he said, "I need one of your hats, buddy." How about spare one in the truck? I'll buy it off you. And so he bought this Rasta man's hat and gave it to his apprentice and said, "Wear this, put your hair in it, and make sure it doesn't come out the sides." And so this apprentice was wearing this Rasta hat and said, "If you have the long hair, it'll get in a drill or a saw and you'll die, and that'll be fucked, and I'll have to pay compo, and I'm tight. Now get to work." And so this poor bugger had to come to work every day in his Rasta hat. And then one day we were at the pub and he took his hat off and he had a buzz cut hair. And we said, "Why have you still got your hat on?" He said, "It's my hat. Everybody knows me as my hat." And he kept his Rasta hat on even though he had no hair on anymore. It was like, okay. If you want to identify, you can identify. Okay. And so hair is a strange thing. It was all over our bodies, and now it's not.
Yeah, it is funny
They
like
can
that.
actually tell-
Good point.
They can actually tell when humans started wearing clothes.
Yep.
Because there is pubic lice and hair lice, and they live in different hair types, and basically we know when we
You don't smoke. Sorry.
smoke. Yeah, I
Doesn't smoke. She's smoking. Sorry. Go on, Adsy. Go on, Adsy.
I grew up in the 80s.
So
Shit
basically
happens.
they know where we were started to wear clothes because basically the lice genetically changed to be hair lice and pubic lice, and
Good
they
point.
had no travel in between, so they changed species. And so we know we started wearing clothes 380,000 years ago.
And then the other
Where's
thing,
the chief
when-
gone? Is he having a spew?
Angry?
Yeah.
Probably having
He is getting all the fun out.
Yeah. He's
Get all the fun out.
Speaking, he's probably seeking
You know,
natural
is he
solutions.
consulting Professor Porcelain?
We don't want to know.
I like that phrase.
We don't want to know.
You
Alright,
guys,
what's going on?
you guys have never seen the movie Eurovision, have you? With
Yeah.
Yeah, when he
years ago, I can't remember much of it.
When
What
he
are you
holds the
talking
girl,
about?
when he holds the girl's hair back and it's like, let all the fun out.
And,
What I
oh,
have
what?
seen is Boys Noise. I love that film. Has anyone seen Boys Noise?
No.
Lot of fun.
Tell us.
Lot of fun.
But did you guys see the when the Yaya Ding Dong guy, he was on Eurovision and he was
I've been
getting
telling
points up?
everybody about how obsessed we are with Eurovision, and
No,
this
I'm
guy's
not.
got
I'm not.
I'm like, next year you're
You're
coming to
upset.
my Eurovision show.
But you're
Excuse.
obsessed with Eurovision. But I like the Yaya Ding Dong guy. I like the Yaya Ding Dong guy.
Excuse. That's the only thing I remember is the Excuse guy.
Oh, that's the Eurotrip. That's Eurotrip.
Oh, okay,
But
sorry.
Eurovision is Will Ferrell, and they have like this guy who's at the pub, and they're like, "Who wants to hear a
We'll say
Eurovision song?"
that.
And he goes like, "No, play Yaya Ding Dong."
Yaya Ding Dong.
It was in the
Yeah.
movie, but then when they actually had Eurovision this year,
Oh, you touch
because
my
it was
tra-la-la.
from
Oh, my ding ding
Iceland,
dong.
No, Yaya Ding Dong is a different song. It's Will Ferrell and this Swedish girl called Molly Sandén. And they're
Okay,
singing like,
obviously he's seen Gunter.
Yeah.
You know Gunter, yes?
Yeah,
You know
he's a
Gunter?
Swedish- Yeah, he's a
That
Swedish
Gunter guy doing you touch my tra la la, ooh my ding ding dong. That's the
Touch my
one.
tra-la-la, my ding ding
The
dong.
Sunshine Girls.
dong.
Oh yeah. And then he did a duet with Samantha Fox. He did her old hit. Touch Me.
Oh,
We can do anything.
Brock.
but stay on.
That old chestnut.
Yeah.
Oh,
Brock.
darling. Sarah, I'm sending you the links. You have to see this. It's fucking hilarious.
Do it.
I will.
Do it.
I will. I will.
Ding dong. My
Do
love
it.
for you is going
doesn't
Touch me. I want to feel your body.
I want to feel your body.
Who doesn't remember
Yeah.
the Matchbox song, We Can Do Anything But the Pants Stay On? I mean, come on. That was a huge hit from her.
Teeny weeny song bikini.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
I was a big Gunter fan back in what was it? 2005.
Probably.
Brock,
It was amazing.
may I ask, what I just want to geek out a little bit over electronic cigarettes. What ohms and wattage are you running on your machine you have there?
I have a fairly low wattage. I have 70 watts and 0.19 ohms.
Cool, right here.
So
Yeah.
I have.
But I generally don't like super low ohms because I think the vapor gets too hot.
Yep.
I just think it's idiotic to low. I think it's stupid when anyone runs super low ohms.
Do you make your own coils?
Sometimes, but mostly nowadays, I just buy the tubes with like 10 coils in them. Like I have about like 50 or 60 coils in my vapor
Sorry.
box.
AD, what are you running?
So I'm running between 31 and 35, and I run about 0.5 to 0.7 watts.
Yep.
Sorry, ohms. 31 to 35 watts, 0.5 to 0.7 ohms.
Yeah, when I was on it, I used to run about what was it, about 0.8 to down to 0.5 ohm on 60 watt.
Yeah, I think 60 or 70, like the highest I used to go was 80 watts, but I think it's just stupid to run
And
like super low on coils.
I've got a mod that goes up to 200 watt. It is ridiculous. I've tried it a couple of times at 200 watts.
This will go up to 200 watts, but you're replacing your coils every 3 days.
Yeah.
But you use a sub-ohm tank, or are you having a rebuildable one? Do you?
Mine were all rebuildable.
I'm asking 8C.
Oh,
I
sorry.
use rebuildable as well. Like I like this drop dead one really a lot.
Oh, I just use the pre-made coils, drop them out, drop them in, and I could build the coils, but I'm not, you know.
It is a lot of faffing around.
It's fucking around.
Because I like some of the fancy coils, and I'm not willing to like build them myself, like the flat claptons or the alien coils. I like those a lot, but I'm not willing to spend the time building those myself.
No.
When I said when I built my own coils, they weren't fancy or anything. They were just a bit of wire wrapped around. They weren't Claptons or anything.
Exactly, but the Clapton coils are so nice. Like I really like them a lot rather than the wire ones. Like
I know a guy who will build you Clapton coils, but you know he's selling them at like $40 and $50 a go. And
yeah, but they last you, like if you buy like the custom coils, they last you for like maybe 4 months. You only need to exchange the cotton and whatever. Like, they last you for a really long time.
Yes and no. It depends on how hard you run them. I mean, I used to run mine pretty hard. I used to run them 150, and no, they didn't last.
Yeah, then I understand it, last, but like I run them fairly low. Like I don't want the high wattage and whatever. I'm not like I run it at sensible wattage.
I've since learned, you can get your fucking nicotine for much lower wattage and much lower power, and you're fine. You know what the beautiful thing about vaping is that with a cigarette, you light it and you smoke the whole thing down because it costs so much money, right? But with a vape, you have 3 drags and you put it back in your pocket, and it doesn't matter anymore. And you vape a lot less.
I did.
I vape a lot more because I actually vape indoors. Usually cigarettes, I used to smoke them outside. So it's the matter of me getting from here to outside.
Brack, who's summoning Odin? You said someone is
I said there was a chainsaw outside, and then I said, or someone is summoning Odin or something.
Yeah. Either way.
Because he said satanic noises, and then I was like, oh yeah, maybe someone's summoning Odin.
Yeah.
Is Odin considered Satan?
No.
By Christianity, yes, but because he has what's it called, like the 2 birds, Munin and Hugin. The ravens, the 2 ravens. That's his birds.
Yeah.
So by Christianity actually deemed Odin as Satan. So
Yeah, but Christianity deems everybody Satan. That's not them.
That's right.
That's not necessarily true. That's not how I think, for example.
Yeah, anyone who has horns, they're the bad guy. Anyone who's current and has a halo, they're the good guy.
Well, if I want to have fun, and make like the devil's argument, I would just go to like them and say like, well, did your god fight the world serpent? I think not. Did your god cut out one of his eyes to gain more wisdom? I think not. I think my god is cooler than your god.
And then I come in and go, well,
I'm
my
staying
God,
out of
what
that
is the fucking
debate.
world servant?
I know better.
But nobody. You know, like the ones that are like really evangelical, and you just want
Oh,
to make fun of them.
the evangelicals.
Yeah, those guys. Those guys. I have no problem with giving them like my God has more is more badass than your God, and
Oh, I totally get what you're talking about. Yeah. I think I broke Aidsy with that remark about the evangelicals.
And then, yeah, you broke me a bit as well. Well done, sir. Well done.
because when I used to when I was
fucking idiots.
when I was in my 20s, I used to live in Germany. Like I'm from Sweden. I moved to Germany, and I used to have long hair, almost like nobody, but not quite as long. I used to have like down to here, so I have like my meadow hair.
This hair is the result of basically not getting a haircut for the past 20 years.
Yeah, but I had mine because I liked heavy metal. But I mean,
Headbanging give me a headache with my blood pressure problems. My blood pressure doesn't know whether to be high or low. Most of the time it goes, oh yeah, we're normal. I stand up or turn around too quickly and goes, yeah, now we're halfway to dead. And I go, excuse me, lights out.
I've always had like super low blood pressure. But yeah, I used to have like super long hair, and the problem with me getting super long hair is that I kind of look like the Jesus pictures. So
people always say that about me.
So there was some evangelicals that came up to me thinking I was Jesus, you know, and I got really fucking pissed off with them. And I
find that funny.
I find it funny.
That's almost blasphemous on their part.
Laura, before you inject, I used to also have like in my 20s. I used to have like my beard was always like I always have a natural goatee. So I went from having really long hair to shaving it down like skinhead like shaving. And the first thing my German friend says to me, like he's like, "Oh, you look like a real German now." Because to them they told me you went from looking like Jesus to Edward Norton. Like in 2 seconds.
Exactly. Skinhead. Yeah.
With
National Front.
I've got a picture to share of some evangelicals, the Jehovah's Witnesses in this case.
Jehovah's Witnesses, well, they're a cult.
I'm going to have to do it the old way. Oh my gosh, did I just knock off?
Yeah, they're a cult.
They're definitely a cult. They're recognized as a cult. Well, Laura's trying to get the picture thing happening, which could be a bit tricky. Uh-oh, we've lost Laura.
Laura.
Well, that's a bum sandwich. There's
Quick,
no
get
host
Aidsy.
to let her back.
Sorry,
That
get
sucks.
Angry.
Angry.
Oh no, we need Angry back.
He might be having he might be busily consulting Professor Porcelain.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I hope he's all right. I mean, he's been away for quite a
Yeah.
while. He might be a bit crook or angry.
And I may have heard him.
He's got a wife and children and everything living in his
Yeah,
house.
he's got some people to look over him. So,
And
if he has
I-
passed out somewhere, it could be this live stream's going to go a long time.
I may have heard him possibly being in pain somehow when everyone else was talking. Just slightly, I could hear. I don't know if he
is
like ran
concerning.
into something. Or, I don't know. I'm
That is
pretty
deeply
sure it's coming
concerning.
from
Has
him.
anyone
Laura can't get back in without Angry letting her in.
I've known him for 30
Or
years.
Abigail. Is it Abigail also can give the
from
permission?
dudes, so I don't think that's it.
Has anyone got the means to contact somebody else from Angry's household just to make sure that make sure there's nothing wrong?
I've got the means to contact Angry.
Yeah, but if he's indisposed, would anyone else take the call?
Well, the thing is, if he doesn't take the call, it means he's basically in a place where no one else will answer his phone. If no one else answers his phone, then he's crashed.
Yeah, that's kind of.
So, do those eyebrows say an all-nighter on the stream?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, totally.
I'd like to point out something about the Jesus thing.
Yeah.
Those who and Laura would be able to tell you this. Bible scripture actually says that Jesus was very unremarkable to look at.
Yes.
So, Brock, you're not exactly a bad-looking dude. I mean, I'm not a good judge of these things, but
I am.
you don't seem like a bad-looking dude.
bloke.
So
I'd
you
take
and
him
I,
round the back of an alleyway any time. You know,
there you go, AG's seal of approval. You and I don't look like what Jesus would look at. Well, one thing, we're white.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, but
another thing.
The classical image of Jesus has
the
been
stereotype
based
image
on
that
Cesare
long time.
Borgia.
And we both, I'd be willing to bet, Brock, that this happens to you as much as it happens to me, that we would both catch the old kind of look from the ladies. Am I right?
I don't know
Jesus
about
didn't
that.
get people going,
I'm an awkward person, so I probably get that look. But then when I talk, like it's like.
Look, hey,
I'm an awkward kid.
My friend, when someone starts hitting on me, I just basically start wheeling out all the worst possible things I can say to repel them.
Oh, you and me both.
Oh, actually,
Here's the crazy thing: it doesn't fucking work.
No, it
I
doesn't
just go,
because
playing hard to get.
It
Let's
works
try harder.
for
No, you don't realize this. It's not going to work. You're going to get bored.
it
Go
doesn't
away.
work.
It
Because
works
a
for
lot
most
of
people.
guys, a lot of people, especially women actually, consider themselves below par, below what one would want. And therefore, if someone is like saying, hey, look, I'm a bad pick because of this, this, and this, then it's just a case of low self-esteem, right?
No, I deliberately be all full of self-pity. I talk about health conditions. I talk about all the most boring shit you could possibly wheel out. The sort of stuff that a narcissist might do.
Oh, actually,
look,
maybe you're a little. Maybe you're a little worse than me.
Narcissists tend
Nobody.
to be extremely successful in short-term
Yeah, that probably wasn't the
sexual
best example.
conquests.
I really hate to point this out, nobody, but you know how when a guy gets a hard on and they think, I'm definitely going for that, I want that. Well, ladies get a similar condition, and they paint a target on a young man and say, I'm having that, it's coming home with me, it's doing things to me, and they will not take no for an answer. And I've seen them aggressively go after a target in an evening and gone, fuck, that's quite frightening. And basically
Actually,
drag
you're
them off
totally
by
right.
the collar and going, yes, you're going to put bits of you in bits of me, and that's the end of it. Come up for a euphemism. The
only thing I haven't tried saying is just outright declaring impotence. But that's the next thing to try, I think.
They'll try
No,
and
won't
fix
work.
it. They'll try
Won't
and
work.
fix it.
Yeah,
That's
you're
a
right. It's like a
challenge.
challenge. Yeah, it's like a challenge. I'll make it work. Fuck. No, wait. No,
no
not
one's
fuck.
ever
That's the
turned
whole
me
problem.
down, so let's go, baby. No, that's what they're thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
It
I mean,
depends
it's not
on,
like I'm flicking them
what
off
they've
left, right, and
drunk
centre.
and how much rejection they've had to deal with in the last, 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yes, good point, Laura.
They'll fucking, no, that's not going to work.
Eventually, they do go away and they talk to somebody else, going, "Well, he's a hard case," and because most recently, a mate of mine, a friend of his, locked onto me, and she was just all, forget everyone else in the club. we are going to talk. And, she's standing about a foot away from me, making very obvious hints. Put it this way. If I pick up on it, it's extremely obvious.
Mm.
And
What are you doing in the club if you don't want to pick up?
Oh, like it was a live music venue. It was more of a pub than a club. But
Okay, so you were there to see the band and nothing else?
Yeah,
You were there to see the band and nothing else?
What's the...
As she zoned in on you?
Oh, yeah. And after she'd finished her failed attempt at hooking up with me, she went over to my mate and she's going, yeah, he's not... And he's going, told you. He made the mistake of trying to line me up with someone. I looked at him very sternly and I said, I don't ever want you to do that again. You understand? And he pretty much went, right, Mr. Bum's going to get onto me if I don't take that advice. Now, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, Mr. Bum is... Everyone's got that aspect to them. That's a version of you who's a complete asshole. You don't want to meet Mr. Bum because he's very bad-tempered. He's potentially violent, certainly highly volatile. And, he unlocked the door to Mr. Bum's cage, and he comes out going, right, who can I kill today? Now, Mr. Bum is responsible for a fairly substantial amount of damage to public property.
Oh.
Because if there wasn't a person to punch, there would be a road sign to punch. And I punched road signs so hard that you literally could make out the shape of my knuckles in them.
Yeah.
Incidentally, don't do this at home, kids. It's very bad for your health.
Very bad for your hands.
It's very, very difficult because I did that a lot in my school years, high school years. Very, very difficult to write when your hand has swollen up and turned black.
Yes, true story. I had a friend who I was at the bar, at the uni bar actually, and I was trying to pick up, and I had a pretty good chance of picking up, and I'd go up to a young lady or a young man, and I was doing okay, and then they'd go off and get a drink, and then come back and say, "Oh, it was lovely talking to you," and fuck off. I'm going, okay, I said something wrong there. And then I talk to someone else, and then they go off and get a drink and come back, and they fuck off. And then I found, and this happened about 6 fucking times, right? And I'm going, what the fuck is going on? So I talked to someone else, and then I noticed that they were intercepted by a friend of mine.
White-anting you.
I went, okay.
Sorry, somebody needs to bring that up. Might as well be me.
And then next time it happened, they were intercepted by the same friend. I went, right, what the fuck's going on here? So I grabbed that person and said, what did my friend tell you? Don't worry, it won't embarrass me. You can tell me. And she said, oh, he told me about the accident you had. And I said, what accident that I had? Oh, you know, when you were circumcised and lost half your penis. And I'm going, you fucking mongrel bastard shit. And this dick had basically said he's lost half his penis in this terrible, terrible thing that happened when he was a young fella. He had cancer of the penis and they had to chop half of it off. And so they've all embarrassedly fucked off. And I've caught up with him and gone, you fucking cock-blocking cockhead, what the fuck?
Good on you.
I just thought it
Sorry.
was fun. And
no, I'm totally behind you.
And
Fucking
AJ,
good on you.
It's all
AJ,
good. Yeah.
did you help this friend explore the question of what it's like to attempt to pick up your teeth from the floor while all your fingers are broken?
No,
That seemed like a reasonable thing to do to them.
No, but I mean, this is the thing about
to a few people, look, have you had any sex with Scotty? Because you should have a test for gonorrhea.
But this is the thing about Melbourne.
Went round like wildfire.
Hey, why don't you?
I
Hey,
personally,
why don't you?
I personally don't like.
Adsy, that's a great story.
I personally don't like
Great
bar
story.
fighting. I personally
just
don't
say?
like bar fighting and whatever.
Two
but
thumbs up.
Somehow, always the people
Mhm.
that want to, there are some dudes that goes to bars to look for fights. They want to fight
Yes.
somebody when they go out.
Yes.
No,
And
I think what Adsy's
they-
saying, can I actually break in because I do want to make a comment. My experience has been that when you kind of cross someone or there's a competitive arrangement around people, what people tend to do, and I think it's a really nasty kind of tactic, but I've seen it a million times. People will kind of spread a little, like, particularly if you reject someone within the group. Like, for instance, with me, I reject a lot of men, right?
Yeah.
And then they retaliate by saying, oh, but she's this and that, right? Amongst a social network. And then suddenly you become persona non grata, you know, in terms of your capacity to pick up within that social network. And I find it infuriating, you know, like when I go to Europe, I pick up every 2 seconds because I don't have that fucking stupid fucking social network fucking shithead mentality occurring within, you know, men. I think we're kind of stuck in this revolting kind of milieu, you know. Anyway, Adsy, I totally support what you're saying because you gave a bit of an example of that occurring, and I think Melbourne
People
has that
lovely
real
creatures.
problem. What I find really poisonous about Melbourne is that I grew up in Fitzroy. I know everyone. I know everyone in
We've lost
Melbourne.
Nettie, that's who we lost.
I've had sex with everyone in Melbourne, right? Half of Melbourne. Okay. And I'm a strong person, you know, and it's really, really hard because you get what happens is they say, oh, but she had a go at me this night, you know, she pushed me down the stairs or whatever, you know, and then, you know, she's violent. Rah, rah, rah. Suddenly, you're just like condoned to the outskirts. Whereas when I go to Europe, I pick up every 2 seconds because I'm not being subjected to, do you know what I mean? I'm not being subjected to that, you know, and people say, oh, she's got a PhD and she's really smart and she's wonderful and fantastic, great personality. So I really can't stand Melbourne to some degree.
Actually, Sarah,
Yeah.
if you go here, you will be picked up by the matter of fact that you speak English. Like it's that very
Thank
simple.
you.
It's that very
That's what I
simple in
want.
Sweden. But it's that very simple in Sweden. Like if you come here and you speak English, like nobody, he would come here, he would get every fucking girl on the street, you know. And they would be standing around them.
Note to
But he
self,
doesn't want
move.
that.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in Stockholm, Sweden.
Okay. Note to self, move to Sweden. Note to self, move to Sweden.
Everyone here is calling for an English speaker, but I don't know.
Well, you know, I did this. My dad's an orphan, right? He was an orphan, and we didn't know who his father was, and I did one of those genetic tests recently, and it came back Swedish. Hang on, sorry, came back. Oh, you've got all this Swedish, you know, genetics, right? And I was like, what? And then I hired a secret agent or whatever, you know, someone to look into my genetic history. And they were like, yeah, your dad, they've basically narrowed it down that my dad's father was Swedish or, you know, from Sweden, Strom, you know, surname Strom or whatever. And I grew up Howell, but actually I'm Swedish. I've got right? And I was like, what? You know, so it's really funny. Like, you know, I don't know where I'm going with this, but, you know, I mean, it's so funny, isn't it? You just kind of think about yourself and your identity and, you know, in this Melbourne. I find Melbourne really painful. I grew up in Fitzroy. I know everyone. And I can't stand it. I can't stand the housing affordability crisis. Everyone's married, you know. I always resisted kind of this sort of notion that you should get married and, you know, kind of couple up, you know, and all this sort of shit.
Well, I lived with someone for 7 years.
Do you know what I
That's why
mean?
I don't want to take up
And they
anyone
don't
else.
like when you go to Europe. I just feel so much more liberated over there.
No, I
I don't know.
actually lived with
Oh,
someone
shut
for
up.
7 years. No, you're right. You know,
Yeah.
your story is valid and interesting. Don't
Yeah.
feel obliged to you know, silence yourself. I lived with someone for 7 years.
Yep.
It was a committed, committed from my perspective, long-term relationship. And then one day it literally felt like one day, like somebody flicked a switch. It just started turning against me, and then half a year later, she was gone. And you know, I started hearing more about what domestic violence actually is. You know, like what qualifies for domestic violence, and I go,
Yeah.
Come on, Bella.
right. I was in domestic violence. Excellent. Basically, that's why I repel women intentionally, because I'm not letting anyone hurt me like that again.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And that's
And
one of the stigmas that our
do
culture.
not have the energy for one night stands. I have you know, chronic
Yeah.
fatigue. I do not have the energy for one night stands.
One of the things that they used to teach us in Melbourne, and it was a very, very feminist, very feminazi place.
Yep.
And I say feminazi in the true sense of the
I'll
word.
be right back for 10 minutes. I will. I won't go off camera because I know that Angry Aussie can't let me back in, but I will go to the store and buy a pack of cigarettes.
Good idea.
We'll probably
That
be
is the
here.
best comment I've had all night.
I need,
Do
I
it.
need,
We'll be here.
I need
We'll
some
look at-
cigarettes for this beer.
Go get some ciggies.
So basically,
One needs.
we
Nancy, go on.
we had you know, you know, it was a uni run by the feminazis, and they had the upper hand in the power, so that was their thing, you know. And what they would say was that 55% of domestic violence is caused between men and women, caused by men against women. And then some idiot man had the stupidity to put up his hand and say, well, that means 45% of the violence is from women to men.
Yep.
And they fucking howled him down.
Oh dear.
They fucking screamed him down, you know. Oh, it's not the same thing. And it's like, well, it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they said, you know, and what about the cases where there's weapons used? And then there was this, we had a policeman in the class, and he said, in 90% of the cases of women and men on violence, there's weapons used. In 30% of the cases of, in 10% of the cases of men and women.
But Atsy,
there's
often
weapons
those
used.
women have been abusing themselves anyway. Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, shit, yes. I am not.
Yeah.
even
Abuse is a vicious
pretending
cycle
to-
that often gets
to
repeated.
deny that.
Yeah, I
Sexual
know.
violence
That's the
is
thing. Like,
horrible, and
I'm not gonna. I don't know if is this being recorded, because I don't want to say
Yes.
anything.
Yes,
Okay.
It will
I
be
won't
public.
say anything.
It will be playable
Oh.
afterwards.
it will be.
I think
popular.
women.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I think
shouldn't-
women.
You shouldn't slander or.
No,
defame.
okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah,
No, I
be very careful.
I'm not.
Yep.
I'm not going to pick a side about who's worse. We
No.
all have failings. There are certain
yeah.
failings that men are more likely to be guilty of, and there are certain failings that women might be more likely to be guilty of. But it's not a rule, if you know what I mean. They're you know,
Yeah.
because basically all people excuse me while I learn how to speak. All people are capable of
I
being fucked
prefer
up cunts.
peepable. I
Yes.
actually like it if you said peepable from now on, because
And
it basically follows a proper trajectory of the LGBTIQ.
I should have been like Dylan. I should have taken that like Dylan Moran when he was talking about children, and he said, "Children, they're like children, only they're bigger and webbed."
Webbed.
like that.
Something to that effect.
Children.
It's got this massive stigma about it where, you know, of domestic violence of women being committed towards men.
Well, the cops never used to do anything about it up until
Because it didn't happen.
end of the 1990s. The
Well,
cops
it did
never
happen.
used to do anything about it.
You know, according to them, it didn't happen, but it did.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
Yeah,
will just
it did
say,
happen.
as a qualifying thing, not that it's a competition, because it obviously isn't.
No.
There are loads of people who are subjected to far worse than what I was subjected to. So
Yeah.
you know, like, don't.
Like,
I'm not defined by it. I'm not a victim. Yes, there was abuse, and abuse is never good. But you know,
The
like, I
thing
was
that-
never frightened for my life. I didn't have to explain mysterious bruises. There was some degree of psychological abuse, but there's, you know, I don't want to invalidate what some people endure by comparing it, but at the same time, it is what it is.
yeah, like the thing that really opened my eyes to this issue of especially, like, you know, domestic violence of women committing it towards men was this case in England where this guy was basically starved by his girlfriend and stabbed and all this horrible stuff, and eventually he got help, and when he got to the hospital they said that if he was in those situations for 2 weeks longer he would have passed away.
He would have died. Yeah.
Before we go on any further with this, as we are
Yeah.
discussing a very sensitive topic, and we did not give any trigger warnings.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, it's as much my fault as anyone's. We're all taking part. No one's to blame. It's just a thing. But how's everyone doing with this? Before we go any further, because it's a very sensitive topic.
Not great.
And it could be triggering people. Is everyone all right?
Okay, let's
Go somewhere else.
I'm okay. I'm okay. But as we are discussing something very sensitive, we should actually see if people are okay.
How about we change the subject?
Yeah.
Well, I'm certainly on board with that.
That's fine with me. I'm happy to go somewhere else with that. For example,
Sarah, are you doing all right?
Impressed with those people who can.
Yeah, you're doing all right. Good.
stick
I'm
a
very
cup on
tough.
their mouth and then pull it out. Then
It's okay to
just
be
give it
vulnerable
a
if
bit
you
of
feel
that.
it. Just saying.
Yeah, thank you very much, but yeah, no.
No, just
You're doing the
just making
floss,
sure.
AD.
Yeah, condom floss. You've seen that before.
I thought, the old through the mouth and through the nose.
Yeah, through the mouth, through the nose. You get the condom going on. I could never get it right until finally a friend who is another comedian said, "Oh, you don't breathe it down. You cough it up like you're sneezing. So you stick it all the way down, and then you get it out, and then you give it a bit of that." And he said the trick is the lubed condoms, because not a lot of people realise that lube is sweet. And when I was finished uni and I was in a comedy group called the Four Horsemen, we would do the opening address for the first years as they came in for O Week. and we had to give them the sex talk.
Oh, good night,
which
Renegade
was
Faith.
where you go, what you do, what you are allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do, and for fuck's
Good night,
sake,
Abby.
condom. And so they used to dress me up in Glad wrap, and I used to dance around because Mr. Penis was looking for a party. And initially, Mr. Penis was looking for a party, but I was told that I didn't have any party clothes on, so I had to go and get my party clothes on. So I got wrapped up in Glad wrap, and then went around and said, "Now I've got my party clothes on." And then they said, "Yes, but I don't want to party with you." And I would go down. But that's okay, because Mr. Penis danced around and found someone else to have a party with, and it was fine. And so we used to get all these messages across very quickly, very funny. But one of the things we used to do is we used to say, always use your lube. And we used to throw condoms out into the crowd and throw lube out into the crowd and say, people are freaked out by lube, but it is in fact quite fine. It's completely non-toxic. And I'd tear the top off the lube and drink it from, like let it slip in and drink it. And it's incredibly sweet. Like it's amazingly sweet. It's made out of sort of cornstarch and water, yeah? It's a water-based lube. And it's really sickly sweet. And the idea is that basically you can put it anywhere and it basically tastes fine. But what we would always have after these shows is we'd have a bucket of condoms and a bucket of lube ready to go. And whenever we ran out of sugar for coffee, we'd go, all right, snip a little condom and then put 3 or 4 drops of lube in the coffee and stir that up. And it'd be fucking great. Coffee sweetener.
If you came to my work and you tried to do that, it would just be utter anarchy.
Really?
Because I work at a coffee roasters.
Can I come to
I
your
think we're all
work?
getting some very bad ideas here.
Can I really come to your work?
As long as you don't have a bottle of lube with you.
I think that
No,
was
no,
the
but
idea,
it's
though.
wet stuff. It's like little sachets, and I just like tap and tear a corner off, and then drip, drip, drip. And everyone would see wet stuff and go, "That's lube," and I go, "Yeah." Drip, drip, drip. Stir, stir, stir. Or make the communal coffee. Stir, stir, stir. And here you go. And everyone would be going,
Like, yeah, I mean, I would be in the corner just completely dying, but everyone else would just be going, "Oh, who are you? And please get out of our building."
"Yeah."
I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to watch the reactions. I'll tell you what. I'll bloody video it.
Can we set up a GoPro in the corner?
That's what I was thinking. You should record it.
Yeah,
Call it one of those
I might be
social
able to sneak
experiment
one in there.
pranks.
Fucking awesome. How cool would that be? Just dripping lube into coffee. Do you want sugar? Yeah. Okay. Drip, drip. Do you want sugar? No.
I mean, even to basically, I mean, I don't really know, but I'm pretty sure at this place, just to even dare to put sugar in coffee is bad.
Oh, I definitely don't like sugar in my coffee.
Which I kind of agree. If coffee's good, you don't need sugar.
You don't need sugar, but if you...
I generally don't like sugar in coffee because the coffee becomes too sweet. Like, just in general, I cannot drink sugar in coffee.
But that's fair enough. I mean, people prefer, right? I went to a cafe in High Street in Northcote where I live, and my next door neighbour was a guy from Saudi Arabia, and when he turned up in Australia, he had a piece of paper with the address of the hotel that he was sleeping at. And that's all the English he knew, and he didn't know how to say it. He just showed the cab driver and had cash money. He had a card with international money on it. And basically, he slowly learned to speak English. And part of him and me interacting was him learning how to speak English and me learning what Islam was all about and what you do when you don't smoke, drink, or do any of the bad things that we normally do. What you do is you get your dick out of your pants and root anything that moves. Anyway,
that's not true. That's not true, though.
He was the nicest guy. He was the nicest guy in the world. He was a pants man, but he was the nicest guy in the world. We had some adventures. Anyway, we were there, and what were we talking about? We were talking about sugar. We went to this fucking cafe because we'd never been. We were trying all the different cafes, yeah? And we went to this cafe, and we should have learned, right, straight away that we're in trouble because it had 4 tables in it. And a cafe that has 4 tables in it can't possibly make money unless they're charging $25 a coffee. Turned out they weren't charging $25 a coffee. They were charging $18 a coffee with a demi-tasse. You get a demi-tasse of coffee for $18. And I said,
wow, is that
coffee? And they said, sure. And they gave me this fucking demi-tasse, and it was black. And I said, can I maybe have some milk and some sugar? And they said, you won't need sugar. It's Nicaraguan. And I'm going,
oh, piss off.
It's my coffee. May I have some sugar, please? And they went, well, no, you won't need it. It's Nicaraguan. And I'm going, yeah, but it's $18 for a demi-tasse, and I'd like some sugar. And they went, well, there's no sugar here. And my Saudi partner went, well, we're not fucking here either. And he got up fucking left. And I went, I better pay. And he said, you're not fucking paying. And he never swore. He never swore. And he said, you're not fucking paying. We're just fucking leaving. And I'm going, the man has spoken. We are going. And we left. And it was nearly a year that I knew the man, right? Because he was a automotive engineer, and he'd come to Australia to learn. He was getting his master's in automotive engineering, and who knew the Department of Immigration fucked him up, and he had to leave, and it wasn't even his fault. Anyway. It was nearly a year before I found out that he had invented a car, right, that he had put hovercraft pipes in, and the car flew. And he said his dream was to take his car and fly like a magic carpet over the desert. And I said, you are fucking kidding me. And he said, I said I would have led with that. That would have been the first thing I would have said. I would have said, I'm Ali and I invented a flying car. And he said, yeah, it's in a garage in Riyadh somewhere. And the thing basically has a lawnmower engine to hypercharge the normal engine. It's like a Honda Civic, yeah? And basically it runs a blower that blows air through these pipes, and when you flick a switch, the fucking car lifts and goes, and you can steer it, and the bloody thing flies along. And then when you hit the brakes, what happens is the front pipes run out of air, and it gently puts you down and brakes you on the ground, so you can drive the thing on the fucking road safely.
Wow.
Just mind blowing. Anyway, you won't need sugar. It's Nicaraguan, and the only time I saw him got angry, because this guy never got angry, ever. We had a really awkward moment. He had a friend who was very evangelical, a very evangelical Muslim. And so was my friend, but he was gently evangelical in the sense that he lived how good Islam was, and he showed you his peace, and he showed you his love. You know what I mean? That kind of evangelism where they show you how cool it is. He was that guy. The other guy said, "Oh, you've got to because you've got to." Anyway,
it's
I
much
was
better
on
to
the
show
balcony
people your
smoking
love
with
rather
everyone.
than tell them.
And then I left, and his friend said, "Doesn't homosexual disgust you?" And all the people in the house were on the balcony there, and they knew that I was like a big screaming fag, and they were like all sort of a little bit fucking awkward. It was like, Azzy's going to come back in a minute, and this is going to get really, really awkward. And he said to my friend, "How would you feel if you saw two men kissing?" And my friend said, "Jealous." And it just like wiped out the whole mood. The whole tension just got wiped out. Look,
Actually,
I've got to
actually,
pull my
actually,
feet back in.
actually,
Sorry,
like for the Islam thing, I used to work with this guy from Somalia, and he was my boss above me, and we used to have like these because I work shift, so we have like really long hours where we can just talk and talk and talk. Because the thing is that I think I expressed the concept that I because the thing is like what you have to realize, like with the real Muslims are really intellectual. Some of them like to talk and talk, like you can have real discussions with them.
Yeah.
And we used to have like these discussions about God and whatever. Because I may be a man of science, but I do still believe that
There are scientific professors who are dedicated, devout Christians.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
other
No, some of the greatest minds of science ever, like Gottfried Leibniz, Johannes Kepler, like all of them were
Newton,
actually Goethe,
Galileo.
and what's his
Galileo
name?
was a
Yeah, Carl Friedrich Gauss. They were all either becoming like preachers, and actually the funny thing is, like the man who is considered I can't find the word. I can't find the word in English. I know the word in Swedish, but I can't find the word in English. But he's the foundation of modern European science. Like he is the one that started the rush, like that happened during the Renaissance. And his name is Nicholas of Cusa. And Nicholas of Cusa was a cardinal.
Copernicus?
No, Nicholas of Cusa. Nicholas of Cusa was actually a cardinal in the church.
Okay.
And
because,
he wrote two books. He wrote two books that I read. The one is called the Docta Ignorancia, and the other one is Catholica Concordancia, which Catholica Concordancia actually means universal harmony. Like Catholica, even if you're not a Catholic.
And that was the one where he put together the idea that God made the world and the world is the science that God put together. That was that book.
No, actually, Catholica Concordancia, he actually does go one step further because he actually invents the concept of the nation state. Like he is the inventor of the concept of the nation state, and the Franks or France or Franks, they were the first to adopt his concept of the nation state, where he says there is a natural law to human beings existing.
Human beings, and it comes from.
It comes from a natural given right, because man is created in the image of his own creator. That's according to the Bible. But me and this guy, we used to have all this discussions, and he always used to say that if you were an Arab, you would be called Mahmoud, because Mahmoud means Mahmoud in Arab means man who walks with Muhammad.
Yeah.
A man that walks.
You
with
okay there, nobody?
Nobody. You have to unmute yourself.
You're muted.
So I am. Just taking a couple of moments.
Okay.
It's the first thing to get tired.
But Católica Concordancia.
I'm heading off, everyone.
See you, Dr. Abigail.
I gotta go. I'm well and truly.
Much love to you.
See you later, everyone.
always.
I'm going to.
Sarah, it was a pleasure to have you among us.
Thank you. I'll
Live
come.
long and
I'll
prosper.
definitely going again. Exhausted.
I'm gonna go hang out.
Take care.
with,
Don't stay up too late.
I'm gonna go hang out. with
Adzi
Renegade.
will, or Adzi, you will keep everyone up if they
If
give you
allowed
the chance. So
If allowed
Oh
to.
yes, I know.
Yeah.
I know. 7:56
So,
a.m. 7:56
for your
a.m.
sake-
when AD passed out on one Saturday morning. It was just me and him in after party, and when he finally
Yeah.
passed out, I went, maybe I'll get some sleep. Bit of a problem.
So
'cause I
good
couldn't
night,
sleep
everyone.
through
It
the
was
day.
nice to meet you, Sarah.
Yeah, lovely to
good
meet you,
night,
Sarah.
Robot Man Greg.
Yeah.
You seem like a really cool chick, and
Oh,
it
thank
would be
you.
great to like sit down with a couple of drinks and just like chat about everything. It would be amazing.
That's why I
You're
love
an
it.
intelligent human being, and you're
Faith told me
passionate
about the
human being.
StreamYard. Like
I must be off.
Good night,
she told me
Abigail.
about
Thank
you
you for
guys,
joining us.
and
Good night.
I fucking love this place. Like, I
See you,
get
Abigail.
about everything.
Lovely to meet you. Okay, and I'm off too. Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
Sarah.
gonna
Thanks,
go
guys.
hang out. I'm gonna
See you
go hang
guys.
out with Renegade Faith.
Good
See you
night.
guys. Yeah, can't wait to hang out again. See ya. Bye.
Awesome.
See ya.
Now there's just the four of us.
Now there's just the four of us.
Well, actually, three of us, because one
Well,
of
there's
them's
three,
one of
but
us is
we
already
don't know.
gone.
We don't know if our man's coming back.
Yeah. I
always
hope he's all
turns
right. I'm a
his
little
monitor off
concerned.
when he's done. But maybe he just passed out. Who knows?
Yeah. Look, I had a really bad night after some alcoholic jelly. That shit can really mess with you. Hopefully,
I know some people have had jelly shots and fucked themselves right up.
Mhm.
I saw a guy who had jelly shots and hurled them from a fifth-story balcony, and the rainbow that happened on the ground was just wonderful.
it wasn't for the person creating it.
No. He said it came up so easy and sweet.
Ah. Oh, right. Well,
he said it
fair
felt
enough.
great coming out, but he had to sit down now because his head was spinning.
Alexander Dale swears angry. We're not entirely sure. So we're a little. I think we're a little bit concerned. Hopefully, angry is okay.
Hopefully, we hope.
I'm
it's
sure
okay.
I'm sure he'll be most relieved to hear that we are concerned, although not surprised.
Probably not surprised. We have been going for quite some time.
It's
and
46
he
minutes past yesterday.
usually crashes out at about 10, 11.
Mm.
So, I mean,
He's probably not
probably
coming
just
back.
crashed.
And I
he
don't think
isn't-
we're likely.
You know what I mean?
I could turn my mic up really loud and see if I wake anyone up in the house to turn the live stream off, because this mic's on its lowest gain, so it's got it, but it just
Yeah,
becomes distorted,
no,
yes, and it kill
don't.
everyone else who's listening.
Yeah, because I'll have to mute.
Yeah.
No, I can't mute, can I? If I mute, I can still hear you.
You'd have to turn. Yeah. No, I won't do that. It wouldn't work anyway. It wouldn't work
No.
anyway.
No, it wouldn't work anyway.
So what's probably going to happen? Actually, we were talking about interferences before. One of the reasons I use this mic so close, because this mic would work on my desk, no trouble at all. I'm judging by the shape of it, I'd say it's very similar to the one Angry actually uses.
I'd say.
But using this mic close with the volume turned down on the input, I'm hoping reduces the chances of feeding back from the live stream, audio into the mic. So I just use my mic nice and close.
You don't have any trouble with feedback at all.
Well, that's good.
We have a lot of people who I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but
Well, if they're using a laptop with a built-in microphone, it's entirely possible that the frame of the laptop actually resonates with the speakers in it.
really?
Seems plausible to me.
I mean, I believe you, but I would have imagined
I don't know.
the
I
design
don't know
stage
that
would
that's
have
what's
fucking
going on.
picked that shit up. I suppose no one tests anything anymore. They just get it done and out, don't they? That's the new system. Get it done, get it built, get it out, get it marketed.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that that's the case. That's just a possibility. But also, I mean, laptop speakers, microphone built into laptop, exceptionally close to each other.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Ever since I got the iPad, I don't use anything else. It just fucking does everything. And I have 3 computers. One of them is my very old one that I used to run the internet on. And then I've got this lovely
I'm
new
not gonna
laptop.
Of course, it'll kill me.
And then I've got the iPad. And the whole idea of the iPad was I could take it to hospital. But the thing is, I don't use anything to the iPad. There's no point. It's just it just does everything. And whenever I want to type anything, I talk to it. Whenever I want to find anything on the net, I use either Safari or Google. Whenever I want to, whenever I want to draw something, I use it. Whenever I want to, email, whenever I want to send a note, whenever I want to draw a picture of a cock and balls, it's just.
I just realised there's a message that Raiders put in the chat that I was supposed to relay to you. AZ mentioned 2 new variants of COVID. Please tell him Lambda was found in Oz in hotel quarantine in April. Can you please let him know? Cheers. Apologies, Raiders, for only just noticing your message.
Yeah, and there's another 2 on that. Let's put it this way: Dan Andrews is working his dick out to try and stop this shit from going down.
It's been actually proven, and of course you know this, that and it's been proven that the best way to stop the outbreak from spreading is to lock down hard and fast.
Lock down hard and fast.
Comes
Yeah.
at a tremendous economic and morale cost. And it's for people who are constantly being locked down, it must get exceptionally fucking tiresome.
It does and it doesn't.
But
the thing is, right?
It beats dying from fucking COVID, which actually is a much more significant economic threat than locking down. Let's face it.
Exactly. And the other thing too is, if I remember a guy in the old folks' home when I was working there, when I got shanghaied into working there. I told you that story, didn't I?
No.
I'd done a burglary with some friends, and I got off. I got off the charge, and my fucking parents said, "Can you do the community service anyway?" And I just went, you are what? And I was going, I won. I got off. I won. And they said, oh, can he do it anyway? Because it'd be good for his character. And the judge laughed and said, yeah, sure. And so I ended up doing fucking 600 hours community service at the old folks home. I was fucking spewing. Anyway, I learned some things at the old folks home that I will always fucking treasure. One of them was I fucked an 84-year-old lady, and she said to me, and I said, oh, you're looking fine today, Mrs. Mm-hmm. And she said, I could seduce you within 3 hours. And I went, that's a tall call. And she said, right. Wasn't 3 hours. It was 2.5.
Are you selling yourself short there?
No, she was that good. Oh my God. I learned more about class in one day than I had in my whole life. And I'm still unpacking things that she did that day, because within 2.5 hours we were fucking, and then we did some more stuff together, and then within another few hours we were fucking again, and we were out all day. I took her out without permission, and we went to the Hyatt Hotel, which was a very high class hotel at the time in Canberra. Politicians went there. And she had a room booked, and we went up there and did the bad thing, and she showed me some things that, oh my God. And then we went and had a meal, and we watched some old-timey stuff, and she taught me how to dance a very old, very slow dance. And then we went and fucked some more, and then we went and ate cocktails and dinner, and then we got home by dinner time at the old folks home. And she said, I won't have any dinner, I'll just have the veggies. And she sort of played with them and put them away, and I was just going, right, well, that was a day. And they said, where were you? And I said, oh, I was looking after Mrs. And they said, oh, right. And all the other girls were going, oh, right, I see. So it was you this time. And I'm going, yes, it was. And she said, you know that she treats you guys like a toy. And I said, wind me up and watch me go. And all the girls laughed at that. I was their favourite from then on in. When I said wind me up and watch me go, they just said, oh yeah, he's cool, he's fine. Anyway, the guys gave me some wisdoms that were brilliant, and one of them was every guy wakes up in the morning 16 years old. Every guy wakes up 16. Then he puts his feet on the floor and maybe he's grown to 50, and then he wakes up and now he's 80. He stands up and now he's 80 again. But every guy wakes up 16. And when there were no women in the room, these guys were the crassest, baddest motherfuckers you'd ever seen. And there was this one African guy who was effectively a Rasta, and they called him, hey, black fella, when's your missus coming? And she would bring the marijuana, which they would put in tea. And every Thursday they'd have the marijuana tea and be fucked off their brains. And everyone sort of on the staff kind of knew that it was going on and didn't say a fucking word, because they were very sedate and very compliant and very well behaved. And one of the doctors was doing an experiment, because a few of the guys were very anti, they were very anti-drugs. And he was doing an experiment to see if it actually slowed Alzheimer's down, and it tends to. It sort of does. And it actually also improves your immune system. But he said I'd have to do a massive trial, and there's no fucking way in the 80s the government will give me money to do it for old people. But he said it helped their pain, it helped their appetite. He said, Jesus, you know, if I could fucking force feed these guys some marijuana, I would. And the girls used to drink tea, special tea. And it was a teapot filled with either rum or whiskey. And they'd be sitting in the sunroom drinking this whiskey tea, and you'd smell it as you'd come in and go, oh, the girls are fucked again. Anyway, there's a couple other pieces of wisdom, and one of them was and my dad said the same thing, actually. It was one of the few things I've ever listened to. He said, everything always comes home to roost. Everything. If you can't stand by something you've done, don't do it, because someone's going to find out eventually. Nothing stays hidden forever. Nothing. So if you can't stand up next to it and say, I own it,
into the light.
Don't fucking do it. I learnt that that's fucking real. That is really real. I was going to say at the beginning of all of this, I was going to say the thing that I learned at the old folks' home. What were we talking about? We were talking about...
I've lost track quite a while ago, actually.
Yeah, we were talking about... oh, no, it was important. We were talking about...
You being seduced by...
Me being seduced by the old lady, but before that, we were all talking about we'd gone past religion, and we'd gone into...
We're being a bit philosophical, really.
We'd gone philosophical, yeah.
Raiders was reminds us there was an aspect of community service we were talking about.
Yes.
The way all this happened was because you're doing community service after you'd done a robbery or something.
That I fucking got off. Got off.
Yes.
And got fucking shanghaied into doing. But I learned a lot from these guys. I learned that basically, guys, it doesn't matter how old you are. It does not matter how old you are. You're 16. You will stay 16 your entire life. And that imagination, that's what it was. Because remember, these people were locked in all the time. They were locked down all the time because they couldn't leave the old folks' home.
Incredibly cruel.
You'd get basically people who were miserable, right? They were fucking miserable. And the guys didn't want anything to do with them. And then you'd get guys with imagination, right? And if you've got imagination, you can basically make anything fun, right? And some of these guys were living in places not much bigger than jail cells. And one time what they did was they got all the chairs in the dining room, and they basically put books and bricks and just basically things under the legs to make this slide that went down, and they would roll lawn bowling balls. They would roll lawn bowling balls down these tables to hit these pins they'd made out of milk bottles. And basically, like a lawn bowling ball has a curve to it.
Yes.
So they'd have to basically aim the curve so it'd hit the milk bottles, or it'd just fall off the table. And these guys would play this for hours until the nurses came in and would go, put those bloody tables back. Yes, dear, directly. We'll do it directly as soon as the championships won. And they'd get in
The fun
trouble with
police
that.
have spoken.
And then basically they found a way to unfog the ladies' what do they call it? Bathroom. So the ladies' bathroom, would fog up, and so you couldn't see in. And they worked a way to treat the window so it wouldn't fog up. And they'd sit in the sunroom perving on the chicks.
Dirty old men.
Dirty old man. And the nurses basically dobbed on them and said, "Oh, the men have done something terrible." And the chick said, "Oh dear, we know. We're well aware that this has been going on. We're well aware that this has been happening. We're not stupid. We are well aware. Let them get away with it for another couple of weeks, and then we'll arc up, hey?" And
Oh, look who's back.
I fucking fell asleep. What is it? It's 1 a.m. Jesus, I fucking fell asleep. I didn't know. I fucking sat down on a lounge and went, fuck. Okay.
Well,
That's what jelly shots do to you.
No, I'm
Angry. I'm not going to lie, mate. Some of us were a little concerned.
No, I just fucking went in the other room and I sat on the lounge and went, and then I woke up and I heard voices, and I'm like, what?
You're going, I'm not schizophrenic. What the fuck?
Yeah. So I'm actually going to fucking end the stream because I'm going back to bed now.
Yeah, that's
thank
fair
you,
enough.
Rosie, for hanging out, and you've been a friend and a buddy to everyone, which is nice. What was I saying? Oh, fuck me. There's a fucking few people in the fucking stream listening to you still, too. I don't know.
We've been covering fucking everything, mate.
everything.
You'll be pleased to know that we've done our best to keep it within content guidelines.
Oh, good. That's nice.
Except the deep fucking, which was probably a bit far.
As much as we could.
It's good. It's good. So look, the three of you can keep hanging out and shit because after party.
Well, I probably shouldn't.
No, you shouldn't. No. I'm going back to bed.
Yeah.
I literally woke up and heard voices and said I should deal with that.
Well, why don't we knock it on the head for tonight?
Yeah.
And we will. We're back tomorrow.
No. I'm going to do like a date night with Miss Angry.
So Tuesday.
Sunday.
I have considered
Sunday.
I have considered just clicking the go live button and seeing if any of Angry's subscribers click on me. Usual configuration, hide behind the pop filter. It's not like no one knows what I fucking look like anymore. I mean, that secret's out, but
hey, what do you reckon if I started an OnlyFans?
Well, the thing about OnlyFans is, you know how they were apparently going to get rid of the old adult content.
They changed
Oh,
their
it
mind.
wouldn't be adult content. It'd just be me with dildos up my ass.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, they've gone back.
Childish content.
Fine.
They've gone back on that, and it is
backed off.
So go for it, mate.
Yeah, so it'd be with me with dildos up my ass, masturbating furiously. So like, I wouldn't be having the adult sex. It'd be the adolescent sex. So it'd be fine.
Well, I think that might be the only
Getting it
OnlyFans that I might actually subscribe to.
Exactly right. It's honest. It's there. It's good.
Am I getting the ideas wrong?
No, you're right. You're right. Absolutely, you're right. I'm switching it all off. So thanks all you hip
I'm just
people
going to flick a couple of
who've
emails.
probably
out to
spent.
concerned
I don't know.
friends.
It's probably a couple of hours that I just fucking lost.
No, it's only about an hour, man.
An hour.
You're
An
away
hour.
for a fair
It was like
while.
an hour where I went into the next room to pick something up and fell over and was
Oh, I've done that before. I did that tonight
Yeah.
at an
Yeah.
inopportune time.
Yeah.
Listen, you're much loved. I'll see you
Sunday night. Sunday night? Sunday night? I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what
I
happens.
Beautiful
I flicked a
Love
couple of emails out to let Abigail and Nettie know that you're okay, mate.
I just
There are people waiting, hoping
I
to see you
literally,
come
I
back
just
on.
stumbled off and went, just put your head down for a second, and then I was asleep for an hour, and I was just like, no.
That's all right.
So,
There was speculation of
you went down
consultations
to
with
the
Professor
crash.
Porcelain.
No,
Sorry,
did you
Aids, I
went
stepped
out of
on you.
crash?
All right, no, I'm going to bed. Night, everyone. Night.
Good night, friends.
Good night.
Bye.